That was straight up evil. Hey, it's my fault. It's completely my control. My brain didn't want to see it as a situation that relates to the controls in that. It wanted to see it as a situation of something else. I've done so much of it that it's almost like there's a little bit of a muscle memory curse in that case. So that's how it is. But I mean, good, huge improvement with consistency in terms of like over yesterday. Good practice. Everything so far has been pretty far into the run, right? 2 and 3. Spectre Angel, thank you so much for gifting subs to Henry. Volthin, Tom, Nems, Does, Meme, Luthix, Velocity, Lemming, Ascended, and Chorus as well. I really appreciate that, man. That's super nice of you. Thank you very much. I don't think I deserve that, especially for how bad that fail was. Even if I had gotten the run, that's still only just a start. So you're way too nice. I hope somehow that thoroughly entertained you, whether you laughed so hard you cried or something happened that was good at some point. You wanted to see me do DS1, so it's perfectly fine. There you go. Is the directory changed? Does anybody know if the game lists as DS1 right now? Also, Lowlocks, I'm doing pretty good. Making some silly mistakes on this, unfortunately, but we'll get there. You have to crumple the kid. It does say? Okay, that's good. I am glad. The splits are what aren't changed. I knew something was wrong. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't the title or the directory, because that's the most important. I will change the counter in a moment. It changed for you without a refresh. That's rare. Wow. Miyazaki's like, yes. Change it without refreshing. We want you to be on DS1. We want to increase the misfortune. Hope you're getting closer and closer. The way this run works is it's not really like a... You can't calculate it as like an uphill trend. It's more of like... the worst effort you possibly put in continues to get better, and the best effort continues to either stay roughly around the same region or improve. So our worst days are better than our best days were weeks ago. So I'm definitely upholding that, but I think we can do better though. I just also want to have a good time, so I can't. It's hard to do that. And like, I don't want to take this so seriously that it's not fun. That's the problem. So to get that balance, wow, it's tough. And we still pull it off. There's still things that end the run that have nothing to do with that. But I don't know. Like I'm pretty content that, or I'm pretty confident that I'd make that mistake regardless of the situation, no matter what was happening, no matter how much energy I have, no matter how much I practice. It was just something that was bound to happen. It's a confusing moment where I thought that we were doing the controls on this, right? Do I know anything about photography? Not really, no. I've done a little bit of photography before, but I'm not an expert, personally. What's your least favorite part in DS1? Probably the later half of like the first half is pretty cool. The later half, except for particularly Four Kings and Gwyn, I don't like. So just maybe 3 segments out of the later game is all I really don't like. Everything else I like. Thinking about buying a beginner's camera and shooting some pics. Okay. There's a lot of cameras that are really, really affordable and super good for what you get, that you don't really have to have crazy skill to use. But if you're just doing it as like a hobby or whatever, I wouldn't worry too much about being professional. Unless you want to improve your skill of how, like, you know, the fundamentals of photography and how to take good photos in different situations or whatever. You're editing some pictures, loiters. Is that what you do? Are you an editor for photography? Why do you not like Gwyn? No, I do like Gwyn. I said everything except for 3 segments other than Gwyn and Four Kings. So Nito, Seath, and Beta Chaos segments I'm not really a fan of. Everything else in the run I'm okay with. Even the beginning is, because it keeps you on your toes a lot, but Nido, Seath, and Beta Chaos are not as fun for me. Photographer side hustle. Okay, nice, nice. What hit me on DS3? I didn't get hit. I thought that we were sliding down a ladder in this game, so I did the wrong input for it, and it made us drop instead of sliding, so it wasn't survivable to fall that far, unfortunately. Just a muscle memory mistake of the difference between the games and all that. But that's something I mentioned a lot towards the beginning of doing this, and there's a lot of other things that are like that too that we could have screwed up on. Some that we have before, where it's like there's just certain mechanical things you can't get away with in some of the games that you can in others, so you get used to it, but you got to disassociate yourself with that when you move on to the next one, and turn on a different profile in your brain. You have to flick different switches, so it's hard to not have like a crossover of that at some point. And I think it happens with average people when they switch between playing them casually as well, but for this run it requires you to completely have a separate profile in your brain for each. And at some point I knew that that was going to happen. I even said, just I expected it to be earlier in the process than later. But I guess it's never too late to fall off a ladder, right? What are binoculars for in DS1? I think they're just for fun. I don't really think they put them in there for any kind of tactical or strategic use. Maybe to kind of like look ahead in an area and see enemies better so you can plan out what you're going to do. But even then, I think it's just fun for fun. Davey, yeah, I got 4 codes for it. So I gave one to BB so she could play it. I have 1 installed myself, and then I have 2 to give away for you guys, but the game for me will not launch, and I've done a lot of stuff to try to fix it. I was even in contact with one of the people that work for the dev studio, and they wanted me to run a DirectX diagnostic report. There was nothing that came back as negative or that anything was broken. Repaired the C++ redistributable package. Nothing came of that. That didn't do anything. I've reinstalled it. I've verified the integrity of the catch. I've replaced application extensions and changed the INI file, stuff like that. There's nothing that fixed it out of like probably like 6 different things I did. So there's no other advice out there of someone with a similar situation that's relating to something outside of that. And they don't know what's going on with it either. They said it was weird and they couldn't figure it out. So maybe they'll make an update that fixes it at some point. Restart the PC. I've done that. I've reinstalled it. I've also restarted it multiple times after doing these things just to make sure they kicked in. So yeah, there's nothing that's like pretty easy to pinpoint for the troubleshooting on that. Because like the people that made it don't understand why that's happening. They would probably know the best because they made the game. But yeah, I'll let you guys know if we can fix it. If not, we're still going to be giving away 2 copies of it. Spent the better part of a day trying to fix it. No, I came back to it multiple times. I did a few things. Didn't work. Came back the next day. Did some more stuff. Didn't work. I think came back later on in the same day. I didn't spend that long. Those things don't take too long. It's just mainly like they're the first things you would do. Apparently in this instance, right? You're the first person I've heard that's had trouble like that. There was someone else that had trouble like that. That's part of our community. That also streams, and the thing that helped make it work for them didn't work for me. So it might just be something else. But a similar issue, right? Is OBS breaking it? The game doesn't launch. It'll try to launch, but it'll never actually work. There's no error code. No, there's no pop-up. There's no task process. There's nothing that even indicates that it launches successfully even for a moment. It just shows that it's trying to, and then it stops trying to do it. I've never seen that happen with anything before. Even when things don't work, they usually have some sort of crash after it pops up, or there's an error, or you at least get the process of it, but it doesn't even get to the point of even the EXE launching, so. It would not be OBS. Also, I didn't hit the cave bonfire. That's bad. Oh man, I see again muscle memory from DS3, lighting bonfires but not sitting at them. Oh boy. Running it as admin? Yes. Compatibility mode, admin, exe launch from like the file folder rather than Steam, and then all those other changes I made as well. The only thing that made a difference was when I changed the INI file, it actually tried to launch for longer, but it never popped up though. Yours is slow to launch, maybe 45 seconds to a minute, otherwise it's fine. That really sucks. You're excited to see me play it? Yeah, I was definitely looking forward to trying it, but I keep hearing that it's not really that great now from people. I thought it looked cool when Lethal showed me some stuff on it, but BB said she wasn't really sure. She said she didn't like the design of the areas. Faraz said he didn't like it at all. So, I don't know. DS2 speedrunners use the binoculars to speed up their movement. Yeah, there is a use for it in that. There is on the vanilla DS2, you can use the binoculars to run really fast. Am I going to play Code Vein? No, I'm not going to be playing Code Vein. But we will be playing RE2 Remake on the weekend. I've just been more excited for that than any new thing that's been coming out, other than maybe like Cuphead and Last of Us 2 and stuff like that. But are alerts off, Komodo? They're not. You probably need to refresh. Usually the number one thing that people do is they don't refresh, so they can't see the announcement after they've queued a sub for a resub. So if you do that, it'll let you announce it most likely. And if not, then there's something else that's broken. But I'm sure that will work for you. It's like DS2, that's the best way you can describe it. So kind of like a love-hate sort of thing when it comes to the feedback for it. The fact that EXE isn't launching makes it sound to me like it might be an issue with Steam. Might be controversial opinion, but maybe try cracking it. I don't know what that would mean, or like what you would do to do that. Like, you mean getting an illegal version of it? I would never pirate any kind of game, so I can't do that. I mean, honestly, I would not pirate anything. I only pirated music on LimeWire, like way back when everybody did, when I was a kid. That's pretty much it. Couldn't afford to buy the music. Vrexel, what's going on? How the runs going? They're good, but they're just not good enough. That's the thing. They're so close to being good enough, but not quite. We're at that level today. How am I hanging on with my toe here? Come on, get out of here. What is that? LimeWire, yeah. Oh, dude, it destroyed my laptop as well. I remember at the time my girlfriend needed it for like a project, and she actually gave it back saying it was the worst computer she'd ever tried to use. Like, it would literally crash trying to open Microsoft Office. Like, it couldn't even run Word documents after LimeWire. It was ruined. And this was like way after LimeWire too. This was like FrostWire, which I guess took over. And then it was like years after I hadn't even used it for that kind of stuff. Like way in the future, I'd still had it. I don't even think it was the original computer I used LimeWire, and I think it was just FrostWire actually. And then you know, a lot of time went by, and it was so affected by it that like you couldn't even type documents on it. Not even necessarily that it's a lot of bosses for the Surge, but it's a lot of bosses that are the same one coming back, and a bunch of them are very similar. It was good, but not crazy. 6 out of 10 for you? Okay. Napster? Oh, man. This guy's really flinchy right now. That was scary. What game were we talking about? I was talking about the Surge, too. I was having some problems with it when it wasn't really launching for me. It's wrong on the menu below the splits. Oh yeah, that counter. I can change that after. The nostalgia of Napster. What do you mean this is DS3? This isn't DS3. What are you talking about? Why is it incorrect? Yeah, I will change that in a moment. Let me just get a good opportunity where we don't waste too much time. Because it's probably the least important thing. As long as I change it before this is over. Must have gotten a retexture. They're all the same one to you now. Sinryu, yeah. I guess that's what it becomes, right? How would you know it's DS1 otherwise? Maybe because the title of the game directory we're in. And the splits on the screen of the bosses that are in this game. Would you download a crack game in order to see if it runs properly on your PC? I don't know if I could bring myself to do that, man. I don't like anything that is illegal like that, so it's just not worth the risk, especially for my hardware too. I just wouldn't want to put anything at risk or undermine the developers. Unless the developers told me to do that, unless they gave me the green light on it, I'd have to talk to them about it. I wouldn't just do it at my own volition, so. I understand like the uses kind of to see if it would work, but the thing is, wouldn't it still be launching from the same place, or is there a way to get it on a different launcher? Two hours to download one song, those are the days. Oh yeah. Watching me play made you a better player, so you can't be mad. Hey, then that's good then. DS0, the prequel. Didn't use the Black Knight Halberd to Anor Londo and you got it right away. Oh, dude, that's like the thing about that though is you really don't meet requirements for a while, and it's hard to tell if it's good or not before you've used it if it's the first time around. It's kind of funny how it's actually really, really good, so.
Oi, where are you off to?
Am I starting from DS1 every retry, or do you alternate? I kind of rotate the orders so the game that was played last goes to the bottom. And we're going to fix that right now, because the list was off by a little bit. So this goes to the bottom, this comes to the top, and now we're back in the chronological order. But yeah, we've been trying to start for chronological order for a while, except for this week we've been doing DS2 first. And it worked out pretty well earlier, but still wasn't playing good enough, so. Even with the developer's permission, don't know if Steam would just still automatically ban you if it detected something wrong. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't want to risk that. There's too many things that are sketchy to consider at that point, right? I have confidence that if it's something that they can fix, they'll make an update for it and it'll work. Or if someone has the same problem and they couldn't fix it the way that I tried to, they'll find something eventually. But it's just something I wanted to try, really, so it's not really like the end of the world. I'm not upset. I would be upset if I bought it, but luckily I didn't. Or if they really want to, you know, if they really want me to play, like, they could give me a code for PS4 or something, if it really was a big deal. But either way, I think it'll be resolved at some point. When is RE2? Is that Halloween? That's this Sunday, actually. We should be able to beat it just on Sunday. Apparently it's only 6 hours. So that should be perfect. And I was thinking of if we have enough time, if I do it faster than that, we can watch the record for the speedrun or the damage list route to see if I have enough interest in it to do that. Just get an idea of what it's like, because I've deprived myself of watching any of that stuff when people were working on those. How's the BR yesterday skill? It took, I think me and Faraz were trying to get it going for over half an hour at least, and we only got to play it for less than 10 minutes, so it wasn't really worth streaming it yesterday, so I'm glad I didn't. I had a feeling that it wouldn't be ready to stream, and I was right. And it's still not something that I trust even streaming today, because it just takes so long to connect to matches, and people are having problems waiting around forever, so I don't want to waste anybody's time. It's just not populated and functional enough yet. Unless you're going to commit the whole stream to it and wait hours, or sorry, throughout the hours wait, you know, X amount of time to just connect. Even when we were in a thing, when we could actually get in the lobby just that time to the match itself took forever because they need like what 50, 60 people. It was filling up so slowly. It wasn't really worth it to stream. So I think you have to be a BR streamer or multiplayer type of people to have those your audience wait for you on that, or really to be able to kind of do that and have people understand. Not that people would be rude about it here. I just don't want to. It's just not worth wasting your time because I could do this and actually give you something right away. And it's more important anyways, so. JT, what's up? How's it going? Mozart, I'm sorry to hear that, man. You could, you know, you could just like kind of talk to them and be like, hey, stop that. Or maybe if it's like you just don't want to go to that effort because it's unreasonable or whatever, just talk to the people that own the place. Which game am I talking about, Mohammed? It's a BR RPG game called Hunter's Arena. It's not out yet. It's unreleased, but I was supposed to be like testing it and stuff like that, and I was just saying it's not really streamable right now in my personal opinion because people are waiting too long, and I don't like making people wait when it comes to being live and actually like we're, you know, starting up a game. I don't like, that's why I don't do like an hour of talking to you guys before I play. I just start right away. It's also not really a good plan to make people wait for your stream too, because that's not a good way to grow or like have fun or, you know, actually make content. So it's just a little too slow right now, but maybe it'll speed up. We'll see if there's any improvement over time when they do the next wave of stuff. Gonna see the Joker movie? Oh, nice. I hope you like it. Let me know how it is. Sounds cool. I want the tail on that. I don't think I can get it though. You don't really like the look of the film, but the actor seems like a good Joker. Yeah, I like when they do things differently than the original material, and it turns out well. So it's cool to see them trying something different. Had training 2 days ago in case of emergencies, JT, for wait a second. Oh, for the theater staff. Oh, okay, I see. Hey, look, now I can push B and actually get on the ladder and not die. Yay. Maybe what I should do is just do the input the same as like holding it. Ah, you can't though. You can't. Like if you hold it, it doesn't work. Like it would be cool if there was one way to do it where it was a workaround for this one, so you could do it the same as DS3, but you can't do that though. Just never slide. Yeah, could try that, but I'd rather be more disciplined to just not make the mistake, you know? I think that's more important than just trying to do it that way. RJ, what's up, man?
Oi, where are you
Can you still slide off the world with 60 FPS? Not in the remaster, no. That's only with particularly DS fix. Gotta go fast. We gotta make a blue character on the next run. All right, DS2. When it comes time, we're going blue on that. It's the only way. Sobermaster, what's up? How are you doing today? All you need is Mask of the Father, and then the Giant Dad build's complete. You can buy it from patches if you don't get it to drop. If you didn't know that. I'm sure you probably do, but... It's the point of going fast when you'll never be as fast as the fast man. What's the fast man? Is fast man faster than Sonic, or is that the same thing? Never had an issue with falling through ladders, even with DS Fix. So it's mainly when you're in 60 FPS, and it doesn't always happen, so you might have been lucky, or your frame rate's not high enough for it to happen. The way to prevent it, even with DS Fix, is lock 30, or I think locked 45 works too. CJ, what's up, man? You said something earlier, CJ. I saw it, but then I guess something else happened where we kind of sidetracked the conversation. But you said something. I was wondering. I wanted to ask you what you meant by it. Now I can't remember what the question was. RJ, I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little disappointed in the results that I'm getting, but it's all my fault though. It's really just I've been doing all the really difficult stuff super well, and then making really silly mistakes. So it's a little annoying in that case, but the only way to prevent it is to just, remember that and focus on doing better. I think that the hard part of it is there's not really redundancies. It's they're all really different things that are completely unrelated. So it's not oh, I'm making the same error and I can just practice one part. It's very, very tiny things that are just all over the place. But just enough to actually fail the whole thing, right? And it's the last thing we made a mistake on wasn't even a hit. It was mainly just I just did the wrong input for sliding because I thought it was this game instead of DS3. Or my brain resorted to the input for this game.
Let strength be ground,
so I guess it's something you have to expect.
Might be mended. So the world might be mended. In blue da bar d da bar day a da bar d da bar day a da bar d da bar day a da bar d da bar day a.
Skill, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back, dude. I appreciate it. Also, Jubilant, what's up? Exclamation point title should explain pretty well if you want to know. Unless you can already see the title, but it should be in there. Only thing I should probably change about the title is making the hit command a part of it, so putting an exclamation point in front of hit so you can see the rules, but yeah. That cool 52 degrees is 91 for you, Devrog. Oh, it's still pretty warm. Aren't you in the southern US though? Light rain with a temperature of 11.4 degrees Celsius, 52.6 Fahrenheit, wind blowing from the north. Humidity 93%. That's actually hilarious that... oh, the bot actually... Oh, man. I don't know who made that possible, but that's pretty cool. I wonder how they link that information, the weather update to it. Maybe it's just a feature in the bot by default and just based on location. Oh, you made the command, Devrog. So how did you do it? Is it just in the code of the bot and you can just plug in the location somehow? Or does it pull it from WeatherNet? It's an API thing? Okay, that's crazy. I haven't seen anybody else that has that before, so that's really cool. Unfortunately, that's not where I live, so it's not but I guess it's relative enough where the weather's kind of similar here. But that's interesting though. Favorite between 1, 2, and 3, King? The third game's my favorite. .54 in Washington, so not crazy difference. Didn't know there's a Toronto, California. Is there actually? What about Bloodborne? Bloodborne's my favorite over the trilogy, and then that. Throki, it's going pretty good. How are you, man? Yeah, so CA can be the like state of California or Canada as a country. Can see the confusion there. Yeah, there's actually quite a few places that are repeated all over the place name-wise. I didn't know that was one of them though. Probably fish swimming by the window here. It's raining so hard. You see like a trout just smack the window. Oh man, gonna play Code Vein? No, I'm not gonna be playing Code Vein sober. Hopefully you've enjoyed it though if you're into it. Wish it was 54 here, currently sitting at 85. Will there be another Bloodborne challenge or series of runs you'll go for? I have plans for all of eternity. No, I'm kidding. I have a lot of things I want to do. A significant portion I can't tell you. It's a surprise. Some of the stuff I've mentioned, there's too much to talk about right now. It would go on forever. So you guys will see. But yeah, there's plenty of stuff. The next thing coming up that's some variety is Resident Evil on the weekend though. Then there's some Man of Medan co-op with Faraz this month. And then we'll continue from there and see where we're at with this. What made Orphan harder than other bosses? He punishes you when you actually get knocked on the ground, so you actually have to time your recovery off the ground rather than like so there's nothing in Bloodborne that protects you if you get knocked to the ground, really. In this you have iframes, so you can't actually physically be harmed as you're getting up still. But in that you can still continuously get hit as you have no chance to recover. So if you spam or you're like greedy trying to get up, you will not be able to survive. Like he'll just lock you into a situation that kills you. So he actually trains you to time recoveries off the ground really well. His weapon is very unique. It's not like anything else. And if you miss parry some of his attacks, his weapon will actually like warp and do really weird things and still hit you in ways that it couldn't normally if you didn't fire the bullets. So it's actually really unique and has some things that no other boss has. But it's also hyper aggressive. Phase 2 punishes any kind of greed or reluctancy to actually like pay attention. It doesn't give you many chances. There's like auto response attacks that are super fast if you just try to sit in front of him and hit him. Like you really have to play by the rules that it wants you to. What future games am I looking forward to? Cuphead DLC, Last of Us 2, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Man of Medan, like I was talking about. Death Stranding, I'm not really sure about. I'll have to look into more, but I'm sure it's going to be interesting. And then Elden Ring, of course, another one. Potential Demon Souls remake. And there's probably a few more things that I forgot just because I can't remember all the stuff coming out. That's some of it, though. Is Demon Souls worth buying a PS3 for? If you can find a decent deal, I would say, yeah. The only thing is just don't expect it to be as functional as this or the other games. Is there an explanation why this glitch works? It's not a glitch. It's just something they programmed into the game. It's just one of the attacks he does if you run away and you keep a decent distance after stealing the armor. That's why it works, because they wanted you to do that. Or they wanted someone to be able to do that, I guess. Some type of player. If it was a glitch, it probably wouldn't really have an animation for it, and he wouldn't die to the grab. It would look really weird. You know, he's got a programmed jump attack that specifically only happens in that exact condition, and he can only die in one way from it. And unless that glitches out, which it's happened before, where he's died himself. But that's probably because I was in like a really weird spot. couldn't beat Orphan, you died 145 times. You couldn't beat him on your own. Yeah, a lot of people co-op on Orphan for sure. That and Lawrence are pretty complicated for that DLC. But to each his own, though. Some people might have an easier time on Orphan than Ludwig or Lawrence. I think when it comes down to doing runs, though, and you have to actually be perfect, or you have to be there's a higher level of skill that you need to demonstrate. That's when people probably will realize that even though they thought Ludwig was harder than Orphan, that it actually isn't the case, because on a first playthrough, it's pretty simple to just have one experience where you've won and say, okay, that was easy because it only took me this long, but maybe there was advantages you had that you're not considering. But when you don't have those and it really comes down to just the pure skill, that's when I think that it flips around, and Lawrence and Orphan are definitely the hardest. Maria is also a lot harder when it comes down to that too. Watch Zero Lenny's video on Bloodborne. I haven't actually watched Zero Lenny. I think, well, actually no, I think I saw one video of his just to understand like who he was, because people kept mentioning him, but I haven't seen anything since then. I typically don't catch too much gaming stuff on YouTube.
And here taketh this.
Yeah, I guess that death is actually part of the lore as well. Like the way that Ceaseless jumps for you, it's kind of like he's got nothing to lose, because that's like, I guess, something that he keeps as a reminder of his family or whatever, or something. So you've just taken that, and he's like, hey, I'm gonna kill you, and then I'm gonna die, and I don't care. Some crazy. Code Vein soon, Balthazar. I'm not gonna play Code Vein. No, I don't have any interest in it. I had some initial intrigue just to kind of like look more into it and see, and after watching enough of it, like I noticed I can't even really stand to watch it unless it's someone that I just would watch play anything anyways. Like I don't want to actually watch the game, I just want to watch the people playing it. So yeah, that's just not nearly even enough. I'd have to force myself to play it, and I probably want to quit too, so I'm not gonna waste the time. But yeah, I think that for some people it could be really, really fun. It's not that I think it's a bad game overall, I just don't think it's doing anything that I find interesting that makes me want to get into it. People need to leave Soulsborne games to FromSoft. I think it has its own purposes, but it's just not definitive enough compared to this, where it's like, okay, they've been inspired by this, but they've also done something that this game can't achieve, that a lot of people wanted to see in it, or a lot of people actually could benefit from. They just did things that they thought were good, like the companion thing or the co-op without the summoning, and made the story a bit different, whatever. But like they're more minor things to me than major differences that make it worthwhile, even with the influence of this. So I think that there's some things that can do it well. Like the Surge, for example, it looks like a lot of the core mechanics they put in that actually have purpose that separates it from this completely, but there's nothing that stands out. It's almost like the biggest amount of, or the most popular comment I get about it from anyone I ask that's playing it is like, it's good, but it's just like, it's not as good as this. And it's like, you want it to be as good as this, but it's like, there's just that thing missing. And it's because there's not a quality to it that stands out that much in its own right, you know. I guess the things they did differently aren't really big enough to make it that exciting for some people. Why do streamers think it's cool to hate on Code Vein? I don't hate on Code Vein. I think it's a good game, but I don't think it's an excellent game though for me to play. I could never see me playing it and thinking it's an excellent game. In fact, I think if I played it, it would actually just be something I'd want to quit. And I have a pretty good criteria and eye for those kinds of things, because every single time I've had to force myself to be convinced, I've always quit the game. The games that like I couldn't handle not buying and not playing, like it was just like a crime to not get into it, those are the ones I enjoyed, and I played probably even more than once. And you can feel it. It's like it has that intangible quality. Very rarely will there ever be something where I feel that way and I still don't like it after. You know, that probably just means I didn't look into it enough, and I've looked into it heavily. So it's not that I'm saying it's a bad game. Anything I don't play doesn't mean a game's bad. It just means that I don't like it for myself, you know. but it's made for a different type of person. That's it. And just because you like similar genre, like just because you like a genre doesn't mean you like everything in the genre. It just means you like some things. You're not expected to have to like it. There's no rule that you have to, and that doesn't mean the game's bad if you don't play it. Mick, it's going pretty good. How are you, man? That's how you felt about Neo as well. Yeah, there's totally an audience out there for Neo. I'm not part of it though, and I had to force myself to continue going through it, where it just didn't feel like it was genuine or that I was really excited. I wasn't looking forward to turning it on and playing it as much after a while. Would I play DLC if it came out for Sekiro? Oh yeah, for sure. Sekiro's my favorite game, man. I would love to have DLC for it, but I don't think it needs it. Even though I'd love to be in the position where I'm wrong and they do it, and I don't think they're going to. Dragon's Dogma, I wasn't a huge fan of that. I played that probably a year or two after it came out, I think. And I also had to stop playing it because I wasn't having fun. Clam, no, I feel like that's a kind of a distracting thing in a game. It's cool, like, I mean, if they want to make it have that aesthetic, obviously there's going to be developers that do that, but like that's not why I'd buy a game. That's a pretty bad reason. It has nothing to do with the actual gameplay itself or what gets you excited about the playthrough. It's a very on the surface detail, right? Like I said, I don't really care what things look like particularly out. They need to be functional. They need to have reward, and they need to have a system that keeps you, I guess, surprised or you know, on the edge when you're going through, for at least for me to get into it. So I can totally see why people would like that, but I feel like that's a bonus, not really like a driving factor to pay that much money for something. Groovage, it's going pretty good. How are you? Well, that guy's dead. We can just go back. Nice. You kind of hate it. I don't hate them for doing that. I think it's smart, because you're probably going to attract the people that actually care about that kind of stuff, and they're gonna make the purchase impulsively because of those kinds of things. So even if they don't like the game, they still bought it, and they obviously appealed. If that wasn't a thing in the game, it probably wouldn't sell as much, to be honest. Maybe not like drastically less, but it probably would not sell to as many people. There's definitely some people that have bought it because of that. Same with Nier, I'm assuming is the same case. Same with, like, you know, some of the other games that have characters like that. Soul streamers love hating on Souls-inspired games. Like, it makes them cool. You like my take, though? People like to say what they like. Yeah, I think you should buy Code Vein. I think anyone should buy anything that I don't like if you think it suits your interests. And from a completely objective standpoint, it doesn't seem like a bad game. I'm sure it did very well. I'm sure it sold decently, and I know there's people that enjoyed it, and that's why I was asking a lot of people, what do you think, what do you think? And the feedback majorly was good, but not great. And I totally see that, and I take a bit more convincing than just good, because a lot of stuff that's good for somebody might not be enough for me, you know, for what I want to do and the amount of enjoyment I want to get out of it. I don't want to feel like I have to just go through the motion or, you know, get through it to say I did it and checked it out. I want to be like, yes, I'm excited. Like, this is really cool. And there are things that can do that. There's just not a huge amount of things, and that's okay. There's no rule saying you have to like everything. It's why there's variety. How do I read the messages while playing? I glance very quickly and I read very fast. Sometimes I have moments to read more if I'm not doing anything super dangerous, but if there's no way to die, if I just have to move somewhere, usually I can glance for a second. It's not a big deal. Like, if I know I just have to move straight right here, I can look for a second, look back, keep looking, piece stuff together. It's not a big deal. And I've just done it for a lot of years, so I'm able to do it quickly, especially with this run. The fact that we practiced it a lot in combination, that makes a pretty decent ability to read stuff and not screw up because of it. But no, I'm not going to go into ONS and not get hit on them and read chat the entire time. That's not going to happen. And also, just because I'm talking doesn't mean I'm not looking at the game. It means I'm just talking. Doesn't mean I think that's a misconception sometimes. But yeah, there's parts where I actually have to be concentrated, where there is danger and I can't look at chat. Like everything we just did right there, I didn't look at chat. Right here, I'm not looking at chat, but I will after this guy does his attack that I know is safe and I'm out of the way of, if I can't do anything about it. And if he does the one I need, then I can only look for a second because I got to get back in there. Yeah, the splits actually shut down. I was pressing the hotkey for them, but it wasn't working. It's not because I forgot. Like, I was trying to do it, but it's not actually open, so I'm going to wait till this guy is dead. Only reason you're getting Code Vein is to call up with your friend. That sounds like it could be fun. I'm not sure how the counter got split to gargoyles, but then shut down somehow. To get shut itself off. Dingus, yeah. I think Iron Golem needs a hug, Purple. You might want to hook him up. Iron Golem is sleepy. Yeah, he's probably just like, man, someone actually made it through the fricking fortress. God damn it. And I thought that Tarkus guy was edgy. He honestly probably got that job being the security, and he's like, you know what, no one's ever gonna make it through here, I can just sleep. And then Tarkus made it through, somehow didn't beat him but made it to Anor Londo and then died anyways. And then you make it and he's like, this guy doesn't even have a chance, he's just a raisin. And then he gets beaten, he's like, oh my god, I probably should have actually like started to get good myself. Going to Anor Londo is one of the coolest location transitions. Oh, of course, yeah. It's my favorite moment, favorite cutscene, for sure. Can't give him a hug, you sent him over the bridge. Tarkus beat the golem in his timeline. Oh yeah, I forgot it kind of works differently. There's different lines of time, that's true. Well, I wonder if he affected the gargoyles, though, because like the one tail cut was assumed to be from him on the second gargoyle. And that would make a lot of sense. Unless that gargoyle is like, hey, I just like to rock the whole stub look, you know? It's in tail stubs are in fashion. He never trained for the moment, yeah. The ultimate boss is me. That'd be a terrible boss fight. Just be like a bunch of really terrible things that don't even make sense. They just be like unfortunate. And then you just like fall through a hole. It's like, oh, unfortunate. Something would hit you and then like disappear. You'd like swing and like fire bombs would just come out of my pockets spontaneously by themselves. Like, unfortunate. I'd call in a Miyazaki airstrike. I'd just drop a bunch of Miyazakis. Do you watch anime? I have before. Currently, there's nothing that I'm watching or planning to watch. So, but yeah, I've seen a handful. Mainly the super popular ones, like the mainstream ones that almost everybody could get into. I think if it has a good enough story where it can make a good book or a good live action movie or live action series, then it's probably something I've been into. But Attack on Titan, yes, that's one of my favorites. Although I don't understand the third season, so I stopped on that. It just didn't, the pace of it and just like what was going on didn't really make sense to me as much. One Piece? No, I haven't. Well, I've watched One Piece, but I didn't actually finish it. I think I watched one episode with a friend when I was younger. I couldn't get into it really. Boku no Pico, okay. Oh boy. The Promised Neverland. I think I actually did watch the first episode of that and then couldn't continue it. A lot of the stuff that you guys are about to suggest, I've probably seen at least a fraction of it, and I just put it down because it just wasn't interesting, but I gave it a chance because you guys wanted me to. I usually can kind of have a good feeling for that stuff without even really needing to get into it, and I'm usually right about that most of the time, but the only thing that I think I've seen where it took 4 episodes to actually really tell the actual conflict properly and the basis of everything was Steins Gate, because it's just a really weird story, right? And there's a lot of stuff that needs to set up. It takes a while. Wolfabell, what's going on? How are you doing? You can't finish One Piece in one lifetime? How many seasons are there? RE0? Is that a animated series, really? Naruto 60% filler? Yeah, I was never into that one. Some of the things like that were started a long time ago and then brought back, I kind of made the decisions as a kid to not really watch it, or if I got into it, then probably watched it then. Like Full Metal Alchemist, I liked a lot when I was a kid. But I never watched Brotherhood since then, though, so I only have the experience of the original. You know, stuff like the DBZ, whatever, I liked when I was a kid, but I haven't seen any of the ones after, like, just DBZ, because it stopped being cool to me, I guess. Or I guess it just wasn't something that I wanted to see in a series at that point with, like, the storyline and everything. Berserk, I've watched the 90s Berserk before. Fire Force? No. My Hero, I looked at the advertising for it and read the story, and I just couldn't see anything about it that would make me want to watch it. Just the actual, like, premise of it. But yeah, I don't know what Fire Force is, though. Fate Stay Night, tried to watch that one episode, like maybe like halfway into it, couldn't continue it. Unfortunately. It's gonna be the case for most of the things you're gonna probably mention. And the only reason I even gave them a chance is because you guys told me to. It wasn't that I was even curious, because I had a feeling that I wouldn't like it. Devilman, I think I might have seen... actually, wait, no. There was something with it, with like a devil thing in it. It was like a part-time, I don't even know, it was a dude that like worked a part-time job that was actually Lucifer or whatever. And it was kind of funny, but like even that wasn't interesting after like an episode, so something weird like that. But it had some humor in it, so it was kind of, yeah. Demon Lord is a part-timer, that's what it was. Yeah, I watched the first episode of that and couldn't really continue after. I also have a very, like, like my attention span's not the greatest. I can get disinterested super easily, so that's the hard part. That's why I think Steins Gate was a miracle, because like I somehow was able to be interested enough with that. But even people that are really patient, that like are open to watching anything in general and would be willing to waste the time, like they can't understand Steins Gate until at least like the 4th or 5th episode. So like I think when me and BB tried to watch it, like it fell off for her because she just couldn't concentrate on it. Don't you have ADHD? I have ADD. Tokyo Ghoul. I think I watched 2 episodes of Tokyo Ghoul, but like I guess it wasn't that I thought that the animations were really, really good, super high quality, great acting, great soundtrack, but I just couldn't, like the actual premise of it, I couldn't really enjoy. Like the conflict and the whole theme just isn't something that I thought it was that cool. I don't know. If your stream could be sponsored by any beverage you wanted, what would it be? So that's actually an interesting thing, because I've had the opportunity to work with companies that could get me like Red Bull and stuff like that, or could get me potentially, I don't know if Monster is harder to get than that, but stuff like that. And I don't drink energy drinks enough to really even be legitimate with that kind of sponsor, because like if I told you to drink it, I can't even say I drink it enough myself. But there's a company where they make coffee beans, and you can actually like design your own custom coffee as a content creator that no one else has made before, and you know, sell it to your audience, I guess, at a discount, or you know, provide them with something unique. And I know that a lot of people actually have that, but even though I drink a lot of coffee, I don't think I'd want to promote a beverage of any sort. I think I'd only want to promote hardware that I use. So I'm mainly interested in NVIDIA and Intel.
So the world might be mended.
That's like the 2 that I think that are I would accept immediately in a heartbeat. But I just don't drink enough like beverages that sponsor people to even for it to be legitimate. Madrina's coffee is good stuff. I've heard of that before. Do you watch the anime Claymore? I have tried watching that. I couldn't get into it either. Schenkelberger, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back, dude. I appreciate it, man. Kool-Aid Jammer Cherries offended. Yo, you know that that Kool-Aid Jammer Cherry clip was the first time I had a Kool-Aid Jammer in probably over a decade. And on top of that, I never had more of them after that. That's it. Like that was like, it was like just a throwback pretty much. So it's kind of funny that people took that seriously. You want a V8 sponsorship? V8s are pretty good. Bagged milk. I don't even buy milk, dude. I just drink almond stuff, like almond beverage or whatever. Almond milk. So I couldn't even say that I could endorse that, to be honest. Mad Monk? I haven't heard of that before, no. Yeah, I want to say almond milk, but it's really not milk, obviously. It's just almonds and water. But hit me with that Mountain Dew sponsor. There's a lot of cool ones. Like, I mean, obviously Red Bull's cool, Monster's cool, stuff like that. Those are the 2 bigger beverage ones, but I don't believe in like backing something that you don't actually even consume enough, right? It's just not, it doesn't make any sense in my opinion. There's not really a lot of benefits in that case. Unless you really need money and you're desperate or something, which usually if you were going to be able to get sponsored by that, you probably wouldn't need that much money because you'd be doing good enough to offer them some sort of advantage advertising-wise. But yeah, man, I don't know. I just really don't know. Guess we'll see. A lot of the stuff I get contacted for is, it's all over the place, to be honest. There's been beverage things, there's been energy bars, there's been, there was a phone company, there was Quip. Quip was actually something we did sponsor the tournaments with, the toothbrushes. Those were actually really cool. Faraz says he really likes them. He actually got one, he said it's amazing. That was good because like it actually funded the prize pool more for the tournaments for Sekiro when Raptor was the organizer. There's been like merchandisers of clothing that I think is really cool, but honestly they want to take it more of like in the direction where I promote their stuff. It's not like my own merch, so I don't believe in that. I'd rather just buy their clothes myself. Recommend it if you guys want it, but I don't really want to like talk about it or have it as like a panel or anything. So it's been a lot of weird deals for sure. I like how somehow Ornstein goes like slow motion when he does that one jump, but only that attack though. Everything else, he's like, I am just really quick. Okay, good. Concentration level 99. Yeah, I had to crank it up a little bit there. Stop throwing Pokeballs. It's kind of funny because like we figured out that he always has that little fraction left on every single engagement we make. He's always got like a little bit of baby health, so rather than wasting time doing another attack on something, if he doesn't give me the RNG, I'd rather just punish something that I don't normally punish with melee and use the firebomb. I probably should have just killed her. What am I doing? What are we wasting time for? Smo's an absolute unit. You're in awe of the size of the lad. You know that Smo is actually pretty pretty fit according to the concept art. He's just, his armor appears to be very bulbous and gelatinous. All right, we're gonna go for Sif right now because we already got the ring. That's good. Two HP. You're literally about to ask why I was talking to her. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, the run's over. I talked to an NPC. Rip. Is that official Smo art? I think it's part of the official art book, yeah. Who knows though? I mean, like they probably don't have a super detailed character model in the armor anyways. Like it might just be empty, an empty shell. Because they're not humanoids on the same scale as your character, so they don't really need to like put a character model inside the suit that's the same as the stuff you could create, like the NPCs. So I don't know if he actually even has a I don't know if you could debug a character model out of the files even. Do I love Harry Potter? I used to love it when I was a kid. I used to read all the books multiple times. But I did see I think it was the very last movie, probably earlier this year or last year. I saw it really late, and it was actually fairly good. It was a decent movie. The problem is though, is that I forgot all the stuff that happened since like the beginning, pretty much, other than like the most basic details. So there were so many things that I couldn't really make sense of because it had been a while. But yeah, the last movie is actually pretty damn good. I will say they did a great job on it. I just wish that I had seen it when it came out, or at least like I had kind of refreshed myself on all the stuff before it came out, maybe. Why the chest head? So I can set up red tier stone ring while we're heading over here. Can you upgrade the blacksmith hammer? It's already fully upgraded. Yeah, that's why we grab it, because it's twinkling titanite. So you can buy the materials from the guy that gives you the hammer and then get it upgraded right away. Please tell me that you don't like the ending with old Harry and Ginny, etc. It was ridiculous and horrible. I don't know. I didn't really think much about that. I was thinking more about how they filmed the movie, the acting, and like the CGI as well, and just like the overall package and anything that I could make sense of that I remembered, but nothing about the lore. Like I don't care about them making lore decisions that are, you know, gonna bother a super. I'm not a super fan, so I could care less about old Harry and Jenny. I just thought it was a cool movie overall. Like they did a good job with it, and it's very impressive because of how the series started overall. I think that author is very deserving of everything. She definitely did something really cool, and they made like I'm just trying to. I guess I put myself in the position of imagining what it would be like to have a book and then see it, you know, come to life in a movie like that on that scale. Must be very satisfying. Man, one thing that's been really annoying me with DS1 is like when it doesn't register running attack inputs. Oh man, I've seen that kill speedruns before, but it's so frustrating. There's like this weird moment where it's like it just doesn't register the running attack. It's like on this fine line where it's not enough. All right, going this way. Sif just wanted to play fetch, yeah, with a sword in his mouth. That feeling when you have a dog so big that if it picks up anything and starts swinging its head around, you're probably gonna die. You know, that kind of situation. Totally relatable. It's like, oh man, the dog got the it picked up the tree in the backyard again. The house is actually missing a wall now. Unfortunate. Oh, I got into the shed. Just took down a fence.
Sorry, fool. You could not be the.
Happens all the time, yeah. Scrumlet, have you never played it before? You'd need a backhoe to play fetch with Sif, probably. You'd probably need a protective suit, like a frickin' mech suit or something. Dumbledore is manipulative, does it for the greater good, but abuses those who trust him to his own end. That's deep, man. His own end being the greater good. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy character development over the course of that too, but That's why I said I wish I had just like refreshed myself on the other ones first to kind of really follow it closely, but just didn't want to watch all of them again. Still very good even without doing that though. I played God of War. Yes, I have. If that's what that means. In a world with multiple abbreviations, which abbreviation will be the right abbreviation to abbreviate in the abbreviated state of abbreviations? Find out next time on feature-length films that don't exist. Yeah, because GOW could mean a lot of things. There's a lot of people. Do you know like abcf125ps@hotmail.com? Oh, I love that. Yeah. It's like, do you like NW125? Like, I have no idea what that means. I've never heard of NW125. That's very particular. Maybe you could explain it in a way that makes sense. I'm assuming GOW is the most common reference to either Gears of War or God of War or something like that. This guy's really far back too. We need to actually somehow make this stretch right here. This isn't good. We're not gonna have a lot of fire bombs left. There we go. All right, I gotta be careful for the next part. Oh, we didn't actually waste any though in the beginning. We have 5 left from the regular ones. Just realized that. Great Old Wars. It is God of War. Yeah, I played, I think it was like a remaster of the second one and the first one. I played a little bit of the, like, actually, I'd say probably half of the third one. I remember borrowing it from a friend. And then I played a bit of the new one as well. Oh, that skeleton made it to the bottom. That's not good. That's better than him landing on my head, but I'm surprised he survived somehow. That's very unlikely. I don't know how they can fall down here and not die. Like, any part of the ledge you land on is death, so... They must have found a way to actually not like, they reset the calculation for falling or something. And he's coming back, too. He's not dead yet. This is super bad. Oh, he's walking away, though. If he sees me when we exit, like, I don't know if it's safe. I really don't think it's going to be a good idea. I'd have to get him to walk really far away, so... Fingers crossed. Let me see. Okay, he's way over there. We got to get out of here now. Because he will catch up. Surprisingly better than a bone wheel. Like, the only advantage of the bone wheel is that it'll actually keep going into the wall. It has to, like kind of cool down, whereas, like, they can just stop and start and go whenever they want. Poor Pinwheel. Good old Pinwheel. He probably just wants to have fun. He's probably just inviting us over to have tea or something. He's like, hey, come hang out. No. Now I'm dead. Pinwheel wants a hug. take less time to kill Pinwheel than the giant won't fight back. You take less time to kill Pinwheel than the giant that won't fight back. Oh, the big giant, yeah. Because he's chunky, man. Pinwheel's really weak. Like, you can totally kill Pinwheel like, early in the game. It's definitely not something that you need to do later. You gotta go. Am I streaming tomorrow, Jaded Turtle? I am, yes. Saturday I do have off, though, and then... Oh, wait, we went all the way back up with this. 1 second. Yeah, so Saturday, I won't be streaming. Sunday, we'll be doing Resident Evil 2. Tomorrow will be the last day of this until Monday. Are you a cleric? I'm never a cleric, no. That's a wrong answer. You don't want to ever admit you're a cleric. That's how you get kicked in the holes, man. That's how they get you. Jaded, I will see you later. Thank you for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. Promiscuous Giraffe, what's up? Oh my god, are those Dan emotes? Dan has some funny emotes, man. What a guy. I feel like he changes them literally every 24 hours too. Like, how does he even keep up? How much artwork does he have on his computer? Like, I wonder how many emotes in total he's made ever. It's got to be hundreds, like several hundreds. There's no way. I've seen so many of them, and like even just slightly different variations of the same thing. I have played The Last of Us before. I played it many times, and I used to stream it, and I played the multiplayer quite a bit. I will play the second one when it comes out, if that's what you're talking about. But there's no reason to play the first one. I played it a lot. What time is the stream tomorrow? You don't want to miss any RE2. You won't be home till around 4 or 5 because traffic. Well, RE2 is on Sunday. Purple. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow's start time will be... I'm hoping for it to be earlier than today's start time. But, yeah, we'll see. It should be at least by the time we were live today, at the very latest, but yeah, I wanted to have some days where we end earlier so I can have like kind of like a similar length of stream, but just not have to end as late. But there's no reason I can't end late tomorrow. Tonight I can't end super late, so I wonder if it'd be worth it to start early. It depends on what I'm trying to fit in after that. It probably would be worth it. Because I mean, I guess I have to account like there's gonna be people that are lost on the later end of things, but then there's people that'll be happy that it's earlier too. It's only really a slight difference though. Uptime should be 6 hours on the dot right now. Alrighty, we got the stuff. Let's go. Got the stuff. Is the bot dead? It shouldn't be. It's kind of weird today though. I used the command on it. It worked perfectly, but there's some other people having trouble. So maybe try again, see if it's on a cooldown. Oh yeah, the uptime worked for Howman right there. It might have just been on a cooldown of some sort. I don't know. The stuff with the thing and the place and the face and the space. Roxas, what's up, man? We asked it too many questions. The bot definitely cannot handle having the same command spam more than once. And then sometimes it's a little bit slow, so, I mean... if it's turned off completely, then I will start it again, but it should be fine. It did work right there. Now it's fine. I think Bloodborne's the easiest FromSoft title. No, I don't think so. It's definitely it's shorter to complete if you're just doing the mandatory stuff, so maybe easier in that regard, but I don't think it's the easiest to adjust to for the first time through. You don't really have many defensive options, and you die a lot quicker. There's some handicaps, but there's not as much flexibility. Like the main handicap, you could try to go for. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. Like you could get an advantage from beast pellets, but if you don't play perfectly, you'll die. So it's like you have to be very good. On a first playthrough, they're probably not even going to be of use because you'll just end up dying even quicker. But if you get lucky, maybe you can make that work. And maybe if you pick the cleaver over the cane or the other stuff, it could work out for you better than otherwise, right? But you do have to be fairly aggressive. There's no way to really defend. And I mean, if you go into it also with the same idea as this, there's a slight learning curve to adjust to the other stuff that is different than this. But I would put it around the same difficulty as DS3 when you're looking at all the content, because it has the hardest DLC in my opinion, and it has some very hard optional stuff too. Just very, very short and sweet for any percent, because they just segmented it differently. There's no use for the cane, it's worse than the beast cutter. Cane is actually what I played the first playthrough with, because you guys voted for it at the time, or the people that were here at least. And I really wanted to use the axe, but I was like, you know what, I'll just let you guys decide. It's kind of debating between either, and then it actually turned out the cane wasn't that great compared to the axe. The backstep when locked in Bloodborne really threw you off. Backstep when locked? Wait, what do you mean by that? Like the fact you can do that? Can you actually do that? Oh, you're talking about quick stepping, my bad. Okay. Not backstepping. I see.
Hello, Mr. Cake Dad.
Frost, thank you for the 39 months. Welcome back, dude. I appreciate it. How's it going, man? How are you doing? Hardest boss, in my opinion, for this game? ONS, definitely. For this run, particularly. When do BR? Honestly, dude, with how long it took to actually connect to it yesterday, I was thinking it might be a better idea to wait until we can actually guarantee it would be active enough. So we're not just waiting, because I have a run going right now on this, and I can't, like, if I finish this, I can't just stop and play something. I have to either stop and then continue tomorrow, or I have to do the run over again. Like, this one doesn't count then. So I was thinking of oh wait, we have to go back to get the thing. Let me know. Well, no, it's not that I don't think the game is good or anything. I think the amount of time it took to actually like play it and stuff like that was mostly just waiting. You know, even when we actually connected to the lobby, it's just it was a pretty long wait. So I think it'd be better to stream it if it's like if people weren't waiting as long, right? I don't know if you're streaming right now or you just were gonna play it on your own time. I don't mind testing it like off stream and all that, because I'm not making people wait around to see it. Oh, you're done? Okay. Let's do that. Well, the thing is tonight I actually have to do some stuff after, but maybe after that for like 20-30 minutes we can try to do another match and like learn a little bit more when I'm back, but it'll probably be around 11 or so. But yeah, I can give you a message as soon as I'm done. We can talk about that. But yeah, I was just thinking of yesterday and how like I had this feeling that it wouldn't be a good idea, and I'm glad I didn't do that. Cause yeah, it was quite the wait. Talsharis, what's up, man? Got back from a 2-mile run. Nice. What's your time for the 2-mile? Are you like recording it, or do you have like a PB for it? Trying to improve on the speed, or are you just doing it for the benefits? You ever unironically use the phrase "it's the Dark Souls of"? I've done it just for the sake of being silly because of the journalists and all that. It's like, this is the Cup Knight of Hollow Souls Darkhead. just being stupid, because that's what they use that as such an easy scapegoat to not have to actually have a well thought out and original explanation of something, because it's just so mainstream recognized as difficulty now. It's mainly just a difficulty description. It's not even really it's just overused at this point, if anything, from what I've seen. So yeah, I've said that in like a funny way before, but not in a serious way. Probably because it's been a long time since that could actually be seriously used and be effective, right? What's the hardest one in all the games, including Bloodborne? For me, I would say it'd probably be between Orphan and Lawrence. But I would pick Orphan just because I had more trouble on that initially. And I'd say he still is more likely to kill me now after having a lot of practice, but the one thing about Lawrence that's a little bit of like a catch is that there is a little bit of a trick for phase 1 that makes it slightly easier. So if you do that, then it's not really competition for Orphan, but if you don't, then it's probably harder than Orphan, so depends on how you play it, but Lawrence has more flexibility, definitely. And Lawrence's phase 2 also gets easier as well. Like, it's not as hard as the first part when you play it regularly for the first time. It's still a little bit confusing at first, but definitely is a lot more mild than the first part. Lily, what's up? How's it going? Dark Eater Madeira make you cry like a little girl. Which one of the three is personally the hardest to get a hitless run in? If I'm doing Soul Level 1, then the second game. If it's a leveled character, then the third one would be the hardest route, for sure. Is there a Souls boss that I think is harder than Orphan? No. That's why I just said Orphan was the hardest. Apparently that doesn't matter, though. But, I mean, maybe you missed that part of the question, though. Maybe I was assuming you were paying attention to that. Sorry. All right, anyways. We need more of these guys to be chasing. Oh, this one's over the fog gate. It's not good. They're a little high up, but I don't know what that means, though. I think it's fine. I actually think that's fine. They got pulled enough where it's still okay. But they were close. They were closer than they've been before, so that's a little bit annoying. They were supposed to chase me. Sign for a board game club to do some volunteering. Oh, okay, cool. I've seen some of those before. There's actually like there's board game cafes actually. They're popping up and stuff. They got some pretty serious ones. What's the 7th hardest boss in Soulsborne? Santa Claus. Or maybe nothing. I don't know. It's just blank. There's no 7th favorite. Or 7th hardest. There's no 7th of anything. It doesn't exist. Makes you want to buy Bloodborne DLC. If you've never played the DLC for it, it's really, really good. I think it's one of the best things they've actually made. Santa's a boss? No, he's not. I'm just making stuff up at this point because the question was pretty ridiculous in my opinion. It was obviously a joke. There's no way anyone would seriously ask that. Would they? I don't know. It's hard to say. Now this is unfortunate because like if I went really close, I could circle him and kill him, and then that would disappear, I think. Although someone once mentioned that it continues, so I don't know. It's a hard call. But I could have done that. I just don't know if it would have been. Like, I was unsure because of that one reason, so at least we outrun it. That's good. GG's. OST is good. Yeah, the Four Kings OST is pretty damn good. Do you count the Sekiro bosses in your responses? No, I don't associate that with this series, to be honest. I mean, I don't even really... I don't try to associate Bloodborne either unless people specify or I ask them if it's including it. Or will mention if you're including it, but usually I'll just refer to the trilogy and then other stuff, and then Sekiro would be completely separate from that. Not sure if Santa Claus is a real boss or you're going along with the joke. No, it's definitely fake. Elden Ring leaks, true or a scam? I mean, anything that's being leaked in general, unless there's some sort of credibility behind the person leaking it, probably is all fake, because, I mean, it's a leak, right? I mean, if it was something that was worth buying into, they'd have to have some sort of prior reputability or affiliation with the industry. Or like something to like lose credibility over, right? Where it's like if they weren't telling the truth, they would look bad and no one would trust them anymore for their claims. So it can't just be an average person or anybody. It has to be someone that's in the position to make that call. That might have something to lose, I guess. I don't know. So I don't even care. Like I haven't looked into anything with leaks for it. I just want to wait till they announce it, to be honest, because they'll probably, or not announce it, they'll probably debut the gameplay of it pretty soon. I think there's one more event, there's one more conference this major coming up before the end of the year, right? Or at least something that has been likely to have it as a part of it. DS2 today or tomorrow? We'll be doing it right after this. So today, definitely. If I can get to it. They will release gameplay at the Game Awards in December, so I guess we'll see. Yeah, maybe it'll be true. I don't know. Who do I think will win? Between who? Have you ever forgotten to put on Artorias Ring? Oh yeah. Yeah, I used to do that. For sure. That's probably happened at least a handful of times. I haven't forgotten to put it on in this challenge though. I think I'm past that at this point. Or at least I'd like to think that I am. Because I'm reminded heavily of all the situations. There's just enough to remember it. Cran, you got to get a permit from a moderator if you want to link something. If you want me to look at it, though, I got to see it in a whisper message so we can look at it later. Just because I can't really look at it right now. But I'll check it out after if you want to give me a message directly for it. Also, I appreciate it. RE2 and Sekiro. What do you mean by winning? Are you talking about Game of the Year or like some sort of award? not sure what the question is pertaining to. Do these archers not know how arrows work? You love Code Vein? Magic is actually a viable strategy, which is nice. I think magic is extremely overpowered in this one, and fairly decent in 2. And then they kind of made it more realistic and more of a challenge in 3, so... I'm all for magic being more of like its own kind of challenge than it be like the easy way out, right? But, that's cool that it's viable, though. Like, that they made it work, and it's got its own purpose, so people don't have to feel like they are stuck with one option that's the best, right? I think if it diversifies the play styles and stuff, that's cool. Oh, Game of the Year award. I don't think that RE2 Remake will get Game of the Year award because it's not a new game, and I don't think that, or at least it's not. It's based on an idea that already existed. They just retouched it a lot, so I don't think that's gonna win. That didn't even come out this year, did it? I thought that came out last year. Maybe I'm wrong though. No, wait. You know what? I think it did come out at the beginning of this year. Yeah, I don't think Sekiro is going to get Game of the Year either. I'd love for it too, but I think the games that are going to be voted for are going to be something else. Maybe something BR related if that's not a restriction, right? Like the stuff that has the biggest player base and the bigger sales has more fans, right? Monty, it's going pretty good. How about you? Neb, thank you for the host, by the way. RE2 has no chance of being Game of the Year. I think because it's a remake, it's not even something that they can consider, right? How do you feel about Demon Souls, Dingus? It's cool. It's my least favorite of all of them, but I still like it though. It's one of my favorite games. It's the reason we're here right now, so it's the reason FromSoft is successful, and it's the reason we have a stream. Or at least I'd like to think that it's the reason. Definitely had a pretty big part in that. DMC5. DMC5 I could see winning or being a contender. I mean, I could even see Sekiro being a contender too, but I don't think it reached people in that way where they could be like, oh yeah, Game of the Year. Last of Us 2. Last of Us 2 hasn't come out yet though, so how could it be Game of the Year? It's not even... Do they do that? Is that possible? Can you nominate something that's not even tangible yet? Or is it because there's like journalists that have played it, basically? Ghost, I'm actually waiting to see if they do the remake of it because there's a lot of things pointing towards them making a re-release. So, yeah, I think that if that happens and when, I'm going to definitely do that. Mario Maker 2. Mario Maker 2 is great. It definitely sold a lot, so I think it's going to win some sort of award. I don't think I would have a hard time seeing it as Game of the Year, though. But it's possible, maybe. I don't know. Maybe most like creative Game of the Year or something like that. Would have guessed Borderlands 3, but the initial release has kind of been bumpy. Untitled Goose Game? Re-release what? Oh, there's some information pointing towards a re-release for Demon Souls, like a remake of it. And I was told by somebody earlier in the year that it was going to happen, and all the details of where the state of the project was, and they gave me a couple updates for it. So I mean, I don't like believing in things as being absolute just because someone gives me information, even though this person's really reputable and they are in the game development industry. So I like to just wait because maybe it's true that they started it, but they don't release it. You know, maybe there's something that goes wrong. So I'm not expecting it, but I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. If they don't do it, nothing changes. If they do it, then that's an extra bonus, right? But that would be really cool. It's a good idea for them. They'd be able to reach people that can't really play it because they don't have access to it. So depends on how much it costs them to arrange that, I guess, or how they manage to pull it off. But apparently it's a thing. So No, it would only be able to be on PS4 because Sony owns the IP for it, so they would not relinquish that. Therefore, if they did, they'd lose sales on their consoles, or I guess like it would kind of go back on the contract they'd have with FromSoft. So if that's like the last thing to fulfill, or if that's part of a new contract or whatever, then I don't think they'd be allowed to. And it would just not be a good business move to allow it to be accessible for other platforms either. Like, think of how they made money with the PS4 with Bloodborne. Like, if they try to time it for PS5 and they can drive sales like that, then why wouldn't they just do that again, right? That's kind of how I see it, but I guess we'll know all the details soon enough. Someone threw an umbrella in your garden, Lily. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe it blew over there with the wind or something? Lachlan, thanks for the good luck, man. Alright, let's see a remake and better upgrade material rate drops. Yeah, I wonder what kind of changes they make to it. I hope they're big enough to be appealing for people that have already done it a lot, right? Which is the easiest for a no-hit run? Bloodborne any %. Trilogy-wise, probably this one. Leveled or unleveled. I don't know, actually, it's debatable. I'd say, you know, Scholar leveled is actually probably easier than DS1 leveled, just because you have so many advantages when you have the ADP and the rapier and everything. Am I hyped for Elden Ring? I can't really be hyped for something that doesn't exist yet, so once it exists, we'll see. I'll let you know. There's no tangible product yet, though. So, I don't get excited for ideas, necessarily. I like to actually set myself up to be reasonable with how I take things, so... I've had too many cases where, you know, you get excited and it's not really worth it because you get disappointed because your imagination's too wild, so... I learned my lesson with Bloodborne on that. Luckily, I was actually right, and it was amazing, and it was actually even better than I thought it was. But if it hadn't been good, I would have been so crushed. So I just wanted to stop the excitement at that point and just wait until I actually can reasonably, you know, assess the situation and at least play it or see enough to get an idea, right? If the case is that I can't play it. But yeah, I mean, if you're okay with getting excited and like you can actually like tone it down from that point, like you're okay with being extremely disappointed and you can recover well, sure. But I just don't want to set myself up for disappointment ever with that stuff when it's not necessary. Because like anything's possible in your imagination, but with the reality of it's obviously gonna always be different, even if you are right and it is good. There's gonna be some things that aren't true, right? Or maybe aren't exactly what you hope for. Rars, I appreciate that, man. I don't think I'm too nice. I think I'm fairly reasonable. most things, I would say. But thanks, man. I definitely tolerate a lot more stuff than some streamers do. I will say that. I've like, I've been praised on that from other streamers as well. The fact that they said they would handle certain things differently, and I understand exactly what they mean by that. But I also see a benefit in other cases where it's like, unfortunately, when there are people that try to like be trolly or whatever, or that do really not want to know the answer to the questions they ask and all that, it's like, when that's the minority, you still have to just take everything as, you know, it's helping somebody, even if it's not sometimes. Because if you take it as the opposite, and you're putting negative energy out on people that don't deserve it. So I can just tolerate it, and I'll take it as a serious thing, even when it's not. Because majority of the time, it will be a serious inquiry of some sort. But I know other people that will just not, they'll ignore everybody and they'll ban people if they want to, and that's, I do refrain from that just so people can learn their lesson themselves and get bored of it and do something better than waste their time. Hallowed, I appreciate it, thank you.
Right.
This is heaven compared to what you're used to. What do you mean with like other streams? I appreciate that, man. Thank you. There's plenty of people that do a great job and they're on the same page as me with that, but I will say even some of the nicest people I know will not tolerate some of the stuff that I will, and it's not because I'm trying to be nice, it's because I see the benefit, again, in encompassing the majority rather than punishing the majority for the minority sake, right? Do I know Silent Hill? I like the movies. I've never played any of the games, though. I've been told to try them though, so maybe we'll play one of those this month. It's definitely a possibility.
Long time no see, feels good to be back to your streams.
Finchy boy, thanks man. Thank you for the bits. I've helped you through some crazy topics on chat that other people would just sneer at. Yeah. Because I see the benefit of actually addressing problems rather than covering them up to make the community look better for new people that don't want to, like, if you feel like you're uncomfortable because someone has a negative circumstance in their life, or like there's a problem and you can't handle problems, then I mean you're obviously can't handle much at all then. So I think it's more beneficial to sometimes see through the problems, talk through them, than only filter everything to be positive, and dismiss things that are negative just because you know, you want to continuously be in that state. But the real way to be truly positive is to help benefit people going through the negative times by at least giving them a chance, right? So I totally get the idea when people are like, yeah, I don't want you talking about this in my stream or that. When it comes to like personal topics where they're just having a hard time or a bad day or whatever, they don't want to see anything that's unpleasant just because they think it's gonna hurt their channel, when really it's not. Because anyone that has a problem with that must be honestly a very small group of people. I think most people would actually appreciate being able to discuss things that, it's like, hey, I had a bad day, you know, this pissed me off. Thank you for letting me mention it. Thank you for giving me some insight. And then someone else is like, hey, I've had that problem, this helps me. And they're like, hey, that's a really good idea. Problem solved. Nothing more than that. Summit chat. Summit's a pretty good dude in my opinion, but yeah, I mean his stream's so big that no matter what he, like, at this point he hasn't grown it to in a way where he can control it. It would have taken a lot of work to make that kind of stream tame. The only person that's done it that I've seen is Co-Carnage, actually. I've never seen anyone else on that level at the very top where they've been able to form their community into one like this, for example, but like on a much bigger scale. So my goal is, if I ever get there, I want it to be like that, because that's how I'd enjoy it the most. Be an epic teacher? Teacher of what? You gotta have a thing to teach. I mean, I've taught music before, but that's probably the only thing I'd be able to teach, to be fair. Or at least, like, that would actually make sense. No, I'm not ranting about that, Dan. I'm just talking about, I'm saying, like, someone was saying that they appreciate that I answered questions of theirs, but other people wouldn't answer them. And I think sometimes it's because other people ruin it for you before you get there, and they just tire the streamer out or piss them off enough so that a majority of people get the same treatment as the people that are trolls. And then the new people that really want to know answers to things that actually care don't get what they want because someone else ruins it for them. So I understand why people ban and just generally ignore a lot of stuff that is legitimate, because they just can't, they can't be bothered to tolerate any of the stuff in between at a certain point. But I see the bigger picture of majority is actually wanting to know, right? Ko is a god amongst men. He's literally one of, like, I think he's generally one of the best streamers. And I don't even really watch him more than other people. I just I've been there enough over time, and just to be able to grow a channel like that, it's one of a kind. There's not many other people that'll ever be able to do that again. And there's almost no one else that I've heard of that even is close, even on the same scale, more or less. So it is a very unique channel for sure. He's done a great job. I mean, because even having a quarter of that size of a channel should just be a trash fire in most cases, right? Or like just a toxic pool, right? You'd assume that because you see it all the time. If you complete this run, do you start DS2? Yes, I do. Benefit of having so many humanities to open the shortcut that we're going through. Caleb's chat, though. Caleb Hart's chat's pretty funny. Caleb's also a good guy, but I mean, like, it depends, though. I mean, like, some people, like, leverage the humor of the toxicity when it's not, like, at a level where it's harmful to other people. It's mainly just annoying to really kind of, like, try to cut in between. But then there's also toxicity that actually is malicious and very hateful and stuff. I'm not talking about toxicity where it's, like, hateful. I mean just, you know, rhetorical, non-interactive things that just are basically statements to just be silly and mean. But he can actually create comedy out of that, or say something that can produce that, and it makes it funny. And there's people that want to be part of a funny chat like that. It is an archetype or a demographic, if anything.
Hey Squill, it's been a minute. How's it going?
Lukey, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it, man. His chat's really funny, but you can't take it seriously. Yeah, that his stream is for someone that doesn't want to take anything seriously, really, and that's the best way to put it. And that's a common thing with a, you know, fair portion of people. And then there's the people where they will actually entertain serious stuff. Why do you kill Rotten 4 times? Tell a funny story. I can't think of anything. It'd have to spark a memory of some sort. You'd have to, like, give me a specific thing so I can remember something, man. Usually those kind of things happen when there's a moment where I remember something or, like, relates to a topic. Finchy, what is that actually supposed to be? Is it for, like, did you get, like, a surgery or something? Or explain this scenario to me. Also, Lukey, hope you've been doing good, man. Thank you for the 3 months again. Enjoy your badge and your emotes, man. Why do you use the hammer? Best well-rounded weapon for the run. You can upgrade it immediately, and it's pretty good. It's only subpar on Gwyn and Ornstein. G-Fox, no, I played Bloodborne recently. We did like a gauntlet run for all 5 games, or actually all 6, including Sekiro. So I played it recently, and then we'll do it again after this as well. There's maybe a chance we'll do it in between completing this, but probably after we're done. There's some plans for it. Just nothing crazy right now. You have a particular song you've enjoyed playing on guitar. For you, you've had a long day. If you've had a long day, you play Pink Floyd, like a certain artist. Not particularly. The way it works is, like, I'll either just play stuff I've written or just improv, and then if I want to work on a project of actually covering something, I'll play that to practice it so I can actually do the cover of it. That's really all it is. I'll sometimes mix and match riffs from things I've played before that I really like. So I don't think it's that there's a certain song I like playing the most, but I think there's riffs from certain songs that are really awesome. So that would be more accurate, I think. But there's not one full song that is the most fun to play. There's always something about a song that's more fun than other parts that stands out the most for me. So no song's perfect, though, unfortunately. And How many times have you played Wonderwall? I don't even remember how to play Wonderwall. I'd have to listen to it again. I know it's like just a chord progression. I probably played that when I was a kid or something like that. But yeah, I'd have to hear it again, man. I haven't heard it for a while. I know the general, you know, like I know that. Like I could just probably hum it and figure out the progression, but I don't remember it off by heart. I'm not really a fan of campfire music as much when it comes to playing music. Do you play any other games off stream? I played a little bit of Mario Maker in the past week or so, probably about 30 minutes or so. I was on my day off. That's the only game I've touched off stream. Next to, actually there was one that I was trying to play on stream yesterday, but I wasn't sure it was going to be set up properly. So me and Faraz tested. We only got to play like maybe 10 minutes before we turned it off. So that was Hunter's Arena. So we might play that again before I can stream it and know that it'll actually connect to a match and be entertaining. But yeah. You haven't heard Your Hand in Mine Explosions in the Sky? If you think no song is perfect. Well, I think it's actually impossible to write a perfect song. That's the thing. It's just not... Even the most accomplished composers of the most, you know, beautiful music, they know they're chasing the perfect score, but they know there's never really gonna be something that they can be... that they can say is actually perfect, right? Perfection's not really about that, or music's not about perfection. That's the thing, and it's also subjective too. So there's only so many things you can like argue are objectively proper, or the way they need to be under the criteria. But you can't say like someone's wrong for not liking something, because it is a creative art form. Also, Lobos, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that, man. Welcome. How was your stream? Oh, that was close. Let me see. We got it. Nice. So the thing that happens with this boss is when you move the camera as the cutscene's buffering, it registers that input, then it continues to keep moving it for longer than you actually push. So you can't be pushing a direction when it ends, or when the cutscene starts for the next thing. So it threw me off pretty heavily there. If you guys don't know Lobos, by the way, awesome streamer. Check him out if you don't already. I've probably talked about him quite a bit. We probably even talked about him today. Every day's a Lobos day. But yeah, he's amazing at Dark Souls. He's been playing quite a bit of variety outside of that as well, and I think you would be greatly entertained by him. He created, yeah, I mean, like, he practically created the game. That's a true fact. I think he probably put more hours into it than FromSoft put into creating it, so he might as well have made the game, for sure. Anonymous, thank you for the bits, by the way. He's Miyazaki. He probably knows Miyazaki better than Miyazaki knows himself. Channel link. There should be a shout-out command. I don't know if there's a moderator that can do it, but I will do it right now myself. We should just have a command for him. That'd be a better idea. There are just those people once in a Oh, apparently I muted myself when I was typing. Damn it. Yeah, 4, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. It's like one second muted, world's over. It's the end of the universe. So anyone that came from Lobos' stream, if you're not familiar with what we're doing, we're trying to not get hit by any enemies or staggered. So no attack, sorry, no damage or stagger from an enemy. Or player-triggered contraption. So that would be like a button you step on or a projectile from a statue or something. And we just gotta do the trilogy like that with no levels on the character. the idea. So we're on 1 of 3 right now. We're gonna see if we can finish 2 by the end of the stream. And I'll try to be extremely fast with it. Why the iron ring? Oh, I have Darkwood grain ring. So like the flip one. Do you have to do dukeskip in no-hit DS1 runs? We just are agreed upon the fact that there is the developer intended death on seath to not break a sequence that's mandatory, right? So you don't like skip that area that you'd be required to do by design, because they didn't program any other option into the game for you by default. So those kinds of things we just follow. If there's something where we can have like a little bit of a clever, quicker way of getting through something and it doesn't cut out a huge sequence like that, or cutscenes that are part of the main story, then that's fine. Have a favorite weapon in DS1? Probably the tail axe from Gaping Dragon. What's my record number of viewers? I think like 8K or something like that. Probably is the highest. But that was with main page, though. I think without main page, maybe like 2K or something, 2,500. Bowl cut parry god. When did I have 8K? I was on front page. Like the last time we had front page, a lot of the days we had at least 6 to 8K. That is DS1. I saw 1 hitless. GG. Yet again. It's like almost every day we get this. And people say it's not as consistent as 3. It's honestly like, I think I've actually been doing this run more than 3 lately. It's been flipping around. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. Was always curious if he's a full-time streamer. Me? Yeah, I'm full-time. I've been full-time for a while. All right, let's see what our playtime was on that. I'm just going to skip the credits, and I'll leave you guys with the DS2 intro while I take a really quick break. Did we get hosted? Yeah, Lobos just rated us. 159, so under 2 hours. Very solid. I still haven't been able to beat that 151, though. I'm not sure how I did that. That was a really weird moment.
GG. GL for the rest.
Gudanet, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. All right, just give me 1 moment to switch up everything. The titles, I gotta go into offline mode for DS2 because I'm family sharing DS1 between my 2 accounts. And that's the only way I can get it without switching the accounts, which takes longer. So it'll be like a minute. Oh, wait, never mind. It worked immediately. Oh, yeah, it's only when you go online. It's the opposite. So if you start with 1, you can actually do it even quicker, apparently. All right, I guess we figured out why the chronological order is the best. You can just immediately play DS2. Nice. How fast is leveled? Leveled you could probably do in like 145 to 140-ish. You were very speedy. You'd just be cutting down time on a lot of the fights, but there'd be some prep that you have to do that you wouldn't do on that run, so I think mainly you're saving a lot of time on the speed of the fights. And that's pretty much it. Evan, what's going on, man? If you get hit on DS2, you have to restart DS1. So yeah, the whole order resets to the first game, but we're allowed to rotate the order though. I don't have to do the chronological one. So I could continue to start with DS2 and then put 1 at the bottom, for example. Anyways, I'm gonna be back in a moment. I'm gonna leave you guys with the cutscene. And I'll see you in a moment.
You've seen it, maybe in a dream, a murky, forgotten land. A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything once branded. The symbol of the curse. An augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light. None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow. Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drang Lake. Perhaps you're familiar? No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why. Drawn to a flame. Your wings will burn in anguish. Time after time. For that is your fate. The fate of the cursed.
All right, we're back. Apparently I didn't have good timing this time. Finally it stopped. The crazy streak of good timing is over. I kept arriving literally at the end of that intro for at least... Well, not only even on this one, but even the credits for the other games. At least a good, like, 4 or 5 times in a row. Have I been caffeinated? No, I haven't had coffee since earlier. I try to not drink coffee after a certain point. Unless I really need it. But yeah. No coffee. Just food. The faucet still broke. Yeah, there's like a weird dripping sound in it, isn't there? There's a dude trying to rip you off with a link in your DMs. Yeah, don't listen to anybody that sends you a message with a link. There's a bunch of bots that scam on every channel, like for people that they're in their whispers. I mean, I've even been sent links for them too. It's been pretty weird. Zizu, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Welcome. You already got killed by Forlorn. Oh no. I moved into the new place. Yeah. Yeah, I have been for a while. You always stop my stream at Gwyn, come back in a couple minutes. Okay, wait, what is that referring to though? You mean you missed the end of the run? Is that why you're mad? Same thing for the 4 times rotten. I actually just realized I gotta change the title. Probably should do that. Should just make the title 4 times rotten every single time. You do it intentionally because you feel like I'm gonna get hit on Gwyn. We have been before, but since I've practiced it a little bit, not yet. Oh, are you comfortable? Yeah, we've been like settled in since like the first week. Basically, there's nothing that's really changed overall. We were pretty quick and diligent with getting everything set up properly, so it wouldn't be a struggle later on. I should do rotten 5 times to throw some people off. If I had 5 ascetics, I probably wouldn't even need to pick up as many, to be honest. I probably have 2 that I could start with then. That would make the run a lot easier. Sure. Going Champions Covenant, not quite. How many times can you kill Rotten? Well, I mean, we have the ability to refresh anything as long as we have a bonfire ascetic for it. So it's as many bonfire ascetics as you can possibly get. Zizu, I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Am I saying your name right, by the way?
Happy birthday, Squillakilla.
Also, Baron, thank you for the bits. It's not my birthday. You're see, like, the problem is when there's people here that have not seen the stream, you're gonna make them think that it's my birthday, and then people are gonna be like, hey, happy birthday. Oh my god, it's your birthday. I didn't know that. Happy birthday. And then everybody's gonna be like, whoa, yeah, I remember that. Quickly goes and gets a card last second. Not even the birthday, though. Complete scam. You're really confused about the cheer. Yeah, it's actually not my birthday. It's people do that as an inside joke. It's been like 2 years of almost every single day people saying that. So yeah, I think we've determined I have a birthday every day. I'm thousands of years old.
I've no choice now.
When is my birthday? I will not tell you. That's why people agreed that if I'm not going to mention it, that every day has to be my birthday. On the last stream I ever do Desert? I don't know. I don't think so. I made a joke saying if we got to like 10k concurrent subs that I would reveal the birthday. Because it's like a very unrealistic thing in a short time frame. Every day but the day he tells me. Oh boy. Your most cherished dream is running to me in a restaurant so you could sneak and tell the waitress it's my birthday just so they can come out with a cake singing for you. That's amazing. Dude, imagine at TwitchCon they did that if I went. How old am I, Operation? I turned 25 this year, so I'll be 26 next year.
Satisfied?
Please all sub to the channel so we know what cake day is, yeah. That's gonna be quite an operation, man, to get to that goal. That's why I said that. It's a complete joke. I knew it wasn't gonna happen for a while, if anything. Game 2 on the Dragon Knight Certimeter? You mean Dragon Rider? Like the late game Dragon Rider, or on the very first one? It's a pretty hard segment. You would have guessed older, Finchy? Yeah, a lot of people say that. And then there's like that odd person that's like, no, those people are stupid. I don't know what they're talking about. And I'm like, hey, thanks for actually, I guess, not saying what everyone else says. Thank you for having a different opinion. The guy before the huge dragon on the stair. Oh, he got hit on that guy. Oh man, that sucks. Really? I've been hit on him before too, but I wonder how it happened. I'd have to look at that and see. I wonder what he does for that part. So I've noticed he's actually changed quite a bit of methods for this when I checked out. Oh, he was too greedy on it. Okay, well I guess you can't really get around that. That's just kind of a no-brainer, but it happens though. You definitely get tunnel vision sometimes. I'm doing pretty good, Pumpkin. How are you? So you stream now every day 8 to 9 hours. Is it something new, Sertamir? Me? No, I've always streamed. I mean, like I've always streamed. I've tried to aim for 8 hours consistently since the beginning of going full time. There was 1 month where I think I streamed on average like 40 hours a week, if not maybe like 30. I think I reached a low of 38 in a week, one week or whatever. There was 1 month where it was a little bit rough, but other than that, though, that's the least I've streamed in of any month since I went full time, and it'll probably never happen again unless it has to. But I prefer like 50 hours plus at least, the minimum. So that's what we're trying to go for. So 8 to 9 a day is also kind of to accommodate this run as well. Gives us more time to attempt it. I think it's really good too in terms of just to grow the stream. It's important right now. Robert, thank you for the Prime sub. I hope you enjoy your remotes. Welcome, man. You ever mod the Dark Souls games on stream? Mod them? Do you mean like do mod playthroughs or make mods for them? Nems, thank you for the good luck. What's up, man? How's it going? If you guys don't know Nems, amazing speedrunner on DS3, give him a follow if you don't already. We were talking about him earlier. Another person that comes up almost every day. Do I plan to bring more documentary style videos about challenge runs and stuff? For now, not really. No, I have some other plans that I've been working on, but you guys will see. I'm not gonna really give much information more than that because I want it to be a surprise. But there is something else that's different that I've been writing for a little bit. Also, Nems, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Well, I think people just, like, even if I don't mention you myself, like, your name just comes up in conversation very often. I think it's because, like, there'll be people that'll just be like, hey, Nems got a record again. Hey, Nems is about to get a record. Hey, sub to Nems. Hey. What's going on? Did you hear about Nem's record? How do you rank the three games best to worst out of the trilogy? Best to worst would be 3, 1, 2 for me. Jump attacks apparently working as intended. That's good. Why do you kill the Firekeeper? So the feather that she drops is like an infinite homeward bone. And we don't need to level anyways. We're doing no leveling for this, so... It's a really good idea. Or we'd have to keep restocking homeward bones. Kind of worried right there. I don't know why, but sometimes there's like a thing where you can cue the sound close enough to that one ladder to make the enemy over there turn around. And I was like, oh man, I might have just sprinted at the wrong time there. This is any percent magic. If it was all bosses, we would be here forever. Does the Firekeeper not respond after that? She's just dead. That's it. You might be able to go to her grave and like try to talk to her ghost or something. I don't know if she has one though. You found myself watching the Hitless guides. It has had great time despite no intention of doing them. Hey, honestly, if you could enjoy watching that as somebody that's not even trying to use it to learn, then I really appreciate it. That's super cool, man. Do you know how many runs you've completed on this game? I think we've gotten 7 of them since we started this. On 1, I can't even count. We've had too many to count now, and 3 is like several, probably over like 2 dozen at least, or something like it. Probably in the 20s. I don't know. Do you ever use cheats, and if you did, with research? I don't know. I don't really know how to cheat on these games, to be honest. I don't know Cheat Engine that well. I've used it to mod the game to do like dark playthroughs, like where all the lighting is really dark, or first-person mod. Any of the mods that require Cheat Engine, I've used it for that. I don't really know how to use the software outside of that, so I'd have to somehow learn how to do that first. But I think that using that kind of stuff for speedrun practice can be good sometimes. I've seen Distortion use like immortality for just looking for skips and all that. I don't know if it can really help for this too much though, because I think that there's a certain level of like, I guess, focus that you need that changes once you've made a mistake. So if you're practicing a boss and you've already screwed up, it's like you have a different mentality after that point. So it's like you need to actually have that situation where you legitimately haven't made a mistake on it to really understand, to do it well under the pressure, I guess. Also, this is really unfortunate. We're gonna have to make a break for this part. Throw a skull right there. Still kill this guy up here. Come back around. Nice. Crazy backup plan, but it worked. Super unlucky that that guy even chased. And that was a little bit different than the other backup plan I had before, so I think I found a way to make it work even better. Yeah, that guy's like, no matter what you do, that guy will chase you sometimes. I have no idea how to make it consistent. I just don't know. All I know is I can do that backup plan, and if it works, then we're solid. Luckily, he doesn't chase you that often, but he's really unfortunate with that. And you just can't kill him reliably with how we have this set up, so. Usually on the leveled run, you'd be able to kill him with a bow, but we can't use we don't have a bow yet to use, right? That we can meet requirements for, so no chance of that. But you wouldn't even engage him up close with the leveled character because it's just not safe. All this dog's being weird. What are you doing? Oh, lucky. I'm so glad I moved to that side, man. Oh, I'm so glad. I had a feeling that the same thing with the barrel was gonna happen again. Look how that saved us. Oh man, this is already so clenchy. Like, look at this run. What a heart attack. Have you made a DS1 and 2 walkthrough as well? I'm going to be making some stuff for 1, 2, and also Sekiro as well, for no damage. Is DS2 the most inconsistent? I mean, as of lately, it's been pretty silly. That guy's really far away. I'm actually just gonna wait here so we can be safe. Wait, did he just stop? Is he gone? Oh, that's so weird. And now he's running all the way over, man. This guy's so sketchy. I'm gonna have to back away. Yeah, we need him to go out here. What is the AI even doing? I have no clue. This is a very, yeah, so I don't know why he stopped moving at the end of that walkway. He's supposed to be turning around, walking back. He just stopped, and then as soon as I peeped out, he ran all the way over here. Hey, and he wasn't even really aggroing. The weird thing about this game, though, is like when enemies de-aggro and are walking away, when you get within this region, maybe like 5 feet from them, some of them, they don't, like, you don't reach them and then they turn around. They do this like weird zooming, like ice skating thing where they like pivot really quickly and start doing silly stuff from way far away. So you just got to keep a distance and be kind of skeptical on it, right? Because it doesn't work the same way as like DS3 or 1, where you can just approach them and then they'll turn around and attack. They'll do these weird little maneuvers where they back up and slide around and all that. Also, let this be a lesson. If you're going for a nice moonlight stroll, always watch out for naked people with crossbows or longbows on towers shooting barrels by your feet. Definitely not a good thing. I know it's pretty unlikely, but that one time, you'll probably be thankful that we demonstrated that right there, the dangers of it. It was meant to be an educational thing. It's really good advice. Yeah, it's good advice for real life, true. Always be on the lookout for those naked snipers. There goes your weekend plans. Would you rather be shot by a naked sniper or a clothed sniper? Honestly, if the dude was naked, he'd probably have less conscious effort put into being camouflaged and being more tactical. So you'd have to think that maybe he wasn't as good of a sniper, because no actual sniper would not have clothes. So there maybe is a higher chance that he wouldn't actually hit a vital part of you. So maybe the one that doesn't seem as likely. That's all I could think of. Like, maybe he's like gonna miss or not hit you in a bad spot. Oh, I bought way too many arrows there. That's not good. Let me see if we can figure this out. I might have to do +4 on this, or we just have to... We have to skip a bright bug. That's all it is. Which is fine, because we actually don't even use the bright bug on Magus anymore. Maybe I should start doing that on purpose. Because I need all the arrows later. That's a normal Tuesday for you. Oh boy. Alright. Hopefully she moves. Oh yeah, she did. Nice. I never actually paid attention to the fact that you could see her move until earlier. Maybe like today, I think. I noticed that. This runs 80% crossbow anyways. It gets to be around 80% crossbow when you get into the late game. Like the second half of it is pretty heavy with the crossbow. Champagne and DS2 strats. Who's the most annoying opponent in DS2? Throne Watcher and Defender. Specifically Throne Watcher is completely silly. She has a lot of capabilities that aren't really fair in my opinion. Like she can do I don't even want to call it a cancel, but kind of like she can cut off the startup of the running attack and do it point blank. So it only animates as like a quick attack, but it's really a running attack. So she's got an advantage versus being in a position where she has to stop moving or be in front of you and attack, which takes way longer. So she can kind of like cheat in a way. Defender's completely fine. There's nothing about him that's broken. He's actually fine, but both of them together is just silly. That's really my only problem. But I mean, even that we've practiced pretty heavily. You just have to be able to react very fast on it and not dunk yourself off the edge as well. Is Watcher the back flipper? Yeah, Watcher is the one that's wearing the white with the longer sword and the smaller shield. Does the back flips. I didn't want a guard break. Ugh, gross. Got lucky though. Man, this game is so functional. Did not want to do that. You fell for the Watcher's fake attacks too. It's not even like a fake attack, it's just that like there's a running attack where she'll hold it and then she'll release it when she gets to you, but she can do that in a matter of like a split second where it doesn't animate like a regular swing. It's like it's not even telegraphed. It just is already in the it's like cutting off the startup of her holding the sword and raising it and just cutting into the part where it actually does the attack from the running attack, but not in a situation where you're far away when you're already close. So it's like you can't really react to it that easily. It's so fast, right? It's so incredibly fast. It's fairly rare, but I'd say it happens at least one time in almost every fight, or at least every other fight, at the bare minimum, because I see it pretty often. So we have to not only just react to it, but we also have to have a really good straight line and spacing, so that if we were wrong, that there's a slight chance we could space it by just a fraction. But even then, you love how calm you are. Just came from Lobos and you gain another follower. I love the chill stream. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. That's very nice of you. I would say anybody that can enjoy Lobos that enjoys the stream, that's an honor, because he was one of the first people, actually, if not the very first person that I saw do challenge runs on YouTube. And I didn't even know what Twitch was. I had no idea he was even streaming. I thought he was just making a YouTube video for it. So he didn't, even though it probably would have been smart to look into the whole thing of what he was doing, I just didn't know that it was any different than him just making a video. So he didn't really lead me to Twitch, but he was one of the first people I followed, and I watched his YouTube before I even knew what this was. So to have him recognize what we're doing now, this many years later, is pretty insane. And to have anybody that, you know, enjoys his stuff enjoy this, that's a fairly good feeling, you know. Definitely not doing all the things wrong. Skyline, I can give him a shout out, or you can just follow what Crooked said right there. That's the name. There's something with this run. It started off really weird, so there is something with this run right now. You're right. The WoW Hunter, yeah. I didn't know he was so into WoW. Love Lobos. I've never seen anybody come in here and say they dislike Lobos, for a good reason at least. So, yeah, he gets pretty good feedback. It's hard to dislike Lobos unless you're just really trying to dislike people for no reason. You're probably much more likely to dislike me, I think. You hate Lobos Serpent? Yeah, right. Even you can't lie. You can't hide it. Everyone likes Lobos. You mean how? Yeah, exactly. It's just like he can't really have that effect on you unless you're looking for that, like the dislike. Inconsistent hippo footprints. Oh, there's parts of this where you get footprints on the floor that's made of stone. And then there's parts where there's actually dirt and there's no footprints in the dirt, like here. It's really weird. Love how supportive soul streamers are to each other. It's one of the best communities for sure. There's some other ones out there that are pretty similar, but I think that the thing that's hard about it is like when it gets to the point of being too big, then there's too much confliction of perspectives on things, or I guess the way it can go is there's more toxicity. There might be more younger people as a part of it. They're just more immature. You have to think of those things too. It's a really good balance, really good size, really cool people. He's got some really good new emotes. I didn't actually catch when he updated them, but they look great though. Not necessarily true, some people just don't mix. Oh no, I'm not saying that like you have to like his stream. I just mean like it's hard to dislike him as a person. There's not too many generally bad things that he does. Like he's just not a bad guy. Like he's a good guy, right? He means well. So no matter if you hate the game he's playing or whatever he's doing, that's fine. I'm just saying like this, it's hard to say that you could dislike him as a human. He's a fairly good human. He's done so much for so many people. He's done amazing work for charity. He's very admirable, in my opinion. I definitely would say I'd look up to him. You know, if I could be a fraction of that, that's good enough for me. I'm satisfied. Yeah, he gives so much. He does so much for sick kids as well. It's like it's very inspiring for sure. But outside of that, I mean, he's just a good entertainer as well. Finchy, I think we were talking about that before. Or something to do, is that like an organization or a movement of some sort? Or a part of that abbreviation thing we were talking about? But humans dislike humans, it's the way the world goes around. Guess you're not making it clear enough. So the thing is, maybe I just see it differently, but there's no reason for me to dislike anybody unless they demonstrate that they're genuinely having bad intentions or a malicious person. Even if their opinions are different on things, even if they like different things, there's not a good enough basis for me to dislike somebody unless they demonstrate that they're a poor human being. That's it. That's my criteria. I think that's fair. Yeah, and I think the person that dislikes someone for not being a bad person is not actually disliking them for good reasons. I think that's what it is. So I'm not saying that people can't choose to do that, but if they choose to, they're almost kind of forcing it more than actually just having a good, valid reason for it that makes sense. You know, that's my opinion. So, maybe it's not aligned with your opinion. I understand. But I'm not saying that people can't choose to dislike whatever they want. People dislike stuff that make no sense at all. Just to be able to do it, right? Some people like disliking things. It's the same thing as when I was talking about the games. Like, there's a lot of games that are great. Just because they don't fit my preference doesn't mean I think they're bad or the developers did a bad job. Just doesn't mean I don't want to play it personally. You might not want to watch Lobos, but he doesn't really give you much of a reason to think he's a bad person, at least. Disliking popular things makes you cool. Disliking popular things makes you hipster, for sure. So, I mean, if you're trying to go for that, yeah. Oxygen? Who needs it? Water? Gross. I'm all about that diet boxed water. Yeah. I like to take water from my own teardrops and drink it because I'm environmentally friendly, bro. I wear sweaters that are too big, and they double as a blanket as well, so I don't have to buy a blanket and a sweater, bro. I only eat seeds of plants, but I don't actually eat the plants themselves, bro. You're on day 32 of hashtag no water, yeah. That's funny. Real men eat the air. Okay. 5th level vegan. I don't need anything that casts a shadow. Oh, man. That's funny. Breatherins. You're now part of the Breatherinhood. Or the Breatherhood. Alternate vegans don't eat anything in the 3rd dimension. That's some big brain IQ right there. You'd have to be a 5-head to do that. So potatoes are still allowed. Potatoes definitely can cast a shadow. Any object itself can cast a shadow. To be fair. Until someone proves me wrong and says, actually, streamer, there's actually plasma that's from the 5th dimension that doesn't cast shadows. So, you're wrong. You're a 10th level vegan. You feed on existence. Wow. That's hardcore. I'm not actually going to do this boss with a resin at all. We're just going to leave it because I need to... Oh, wait, no, we have 2. My bad. Oh, okay. I changed my mind on that. Don't even listen to me. Thought I only had 1. But yeah, we'll save the Bright Bug on Megas because we don't really need it yet. I should probably buy them immediately after. Still replenish. Actually. Is hydroxide diet water? I hope it's not. Do you know in physics there's laws of showing that simply looking at something is enough to change its characteristics? It's interesting. I wish I was more into physics so I could look deeper into that, but I remember that room in school. There was like a little, it was the only room where there was like this weird slot on the door, and I always heard screams of terror, like they were being pummeled with information from the next dimension. Those kids came out with heads that were 10 times bigger than everybody else. And literally 4 eyeballs. It was a nightmare. No, I'm kidding. No, but there's definitely something going on behind that physics story. Why is this guy throwing the axes in slow motion? Because anything in this game that wants to be regular speed has to be slow motion. And then things that should be slower are actually really fast as well. It's the opposite. This game is literally opposite day. That's what it is. Do you know you live in a 4-dimensional world? Explain this to me. Also, I need to think of when the bright bugs replenish, because we haven't gotten the first wave of 3 yet. Does anybody know the answer to that? Because if they come back and replace the 3 that are there now after this point, then that might be bad. And Flexal's next, so once you get to Rotten times 4, that's when I think they replenish, but I'm not sure how soon before that. I'm gonna go back and buy them. We're gonna do it right now just in case, so we don't miss them. Did you see Nem's Half-Light yesterday on the record? It was crazy. I didn't see it, no. Does he do the strat for the Half-Light combo where he does like the alternating heavy and then the light attack? Are the splits 1 step ahead? They are actually. They're just gaining insight, yeah. Master Willem's in there, talking about the old blood. Why Rotten and no other Great Soul? It's the easiest run back, so it saves us the most time. And there's actually upgrade materials on the way that we wouldn't normally be able to get. We already get the ones over in this area, so obviously there's no other reachable place that makes sense to go to. So it's either between this area or Rotten, and the run back on this one has Forlorn Invade a lot. And it's pretty dangerous. Does the ladle give extra iframes? Well, it gives you extra adaptability. So if you boost the adaptability to a certain level, it'll give you extra frames. Yeah, it's like 1 every so often. There's different predetermined breakpoints where it'll activate an extra frame. So, in combination with what we're trying to pick up right now from these guys, it'll give us 1. But there is a peasant command that explains as well. Okay, that's apparently a drop. Enter... Wait. I don't even know what that means. Everyone had 12 eyes, but it was lit. Got your orange juice and dipped. Okay. That's pretty funny. Oh, man. That reminds me of a story my friend told me about a McDonald's bathroom. That's funny. That's really funny. Superbach? What is Superbach? Sagre from Portugal. Actually, wait, what I should be doing is setting up Red Tier Stone. Also, fortunately, we have a huge amount of arrows right now, so we can't run out. Oh, it's a beer from Portugal. Okay, I see. I see. You're fighting Demon Prince right now, you're losing your mind. So you mean everything is working as intended then, in that case? I think it says when you buy the DLC in microprint that you will lose your mind. So if you haven't, then you should get a refund, to be honest. I think like that's the main point. Which is the easiest for you to do a zero hit run on out of these 3. So it depends on the route. If we're doing a leveled character, then that changes the answer. For this one though, for not leveling, 1 would be the easiest. That just means in terms of like learning it and executing it, it's the most feasible for any individual to do, I think, versus the other ones with the equal amount of hours.
Yeah, I use twin blades. What is this thing on?
Rid, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back, man. Use twin blades. What is this thing on? Wait, what? Are you making fun of the mace on this character, or is that like another joke? Oh, that wasn't too many of them right there. Damn. Belgians have peach beer. Does that mean it's like sissy beer? Or it's like nice tasting? Have you played Hellblade? I've seen BB play it before, and I've watched Faraz play it, I think, and also there was another person that I think Co Carnage actually was doing it too. I think I saw a little bit of him do it first, but I never watched the full playthrough of his. So yeah, I've seen it a little bit, and it's really short, so there's no reason to play it. It's mainly something you just watch or you play once, right? Really cool though. I like what they did with it. I don't think it's something you need to play to actually be entertained. I think you can watch that. It could be a good movie even. Wait, where did he come from? Why are you over here? Did he just hang back and not chase me? That was really weird. He got stuck on the wall or something like that when we were bowling before. Yeah, I was listening, but that was annoying. I'm gonna try and stream some other Soulsborne games besides Sekiro. Well, I was gonna try the Surge, but I can't get it to work right now. That's the thing. I was talking to the devs, or someone from their team, and or the studio, I guess. So he was telling me to do a diagnostic of DirectX. Literally nothing came back as malfunctioning or anything like that. There's nothing I can figure out with all the troubleshooting that I did, and I did a lot of it. I did much more than that. So I'll have to figure out, like, either I'll have to wait till someone has the same problem and does it in a different way that no one else has done yet, or they have to release an update, one or the other. I don't know what else I can do. I could just goof around and hope something works, but I don't want to waste more time trying to get it to launch when it's really just something I want to try. I wasn't like super invested in the idea originally, so that would probably be the only thing that's like this, but there's some other games we're going to be playing for sure. Definitely excited for RE2, like I've been mentioning. Logged, it's going pretty good. How are you, man? Think you're gonna have fun with RE2? Oh, I knew as soon as I saw it. I'm like, I want to play this, so I didn't watch much more than just a little bit. I'm gonna be in the Sekiro tournament soon. Kitsune, no, I can't be in it. I got a wedding to go to on Saturday. I was planning to be in it, but that was taking Preston over it. I'll be in the next one though for sure. I definitely want to participate. Murloc, I wanted to play it when it came out, actually. I was going to do that, and then I was like, you know what? I'm going to save it for October. And then I'll have something guaranteed to play during that month, and it will be something new as well. Because the problem is I played a lot of horror games, so my favorite ones, I'd just be replaying them. It wouldn't be a surprise. There's no like really amazing ones that I haven't played that are a great surprise right now, unless we go really far back and they're older. So since I played a lot of the good ones, I wanted to save something that was like a favorite of a lot of people. Since we usually do at least a couple horror games this month. Hello, random person that joined and sat on the floor. How was work for you? It's good. Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing. A second. Anyone played Dino Crisis? I didn't know. They have the same kind of camera angle system, right? With the preset ones. I'm gonna see how this goes first. I think by the time we're done, this would probably be a good time to go. But if it's good though, I might just do DS3. I guess we'll have to see. Okay. And you didn't really feel like going? No? Okay, that's fine then. We don't have to. Good. Would you rather go tomorrow? Okay, that's fine. Cool. Have I played Until Dawn? I've seen so much of it before. I was gonna actually play Man of Medan with Faraz in the next week or two. Oh wait, we don't need the torch. What am I doing? So yeah, I think it's from the same studio that made Until Dawn, so that's pretty similar. But I've seen so much of that. I really wanted to play it as well. But it's like a lot of it's spoiled now, which is perfectly okay because it's definitely the kind of game you can just watch. You don't have to play it. It's mostly interactive, right? All right, Man vs. Toilet. I will see you later. Take care. Okay. Big jump. You thought those souls were a projectile? The ones that I absorbed, or the little things that you're shooting at me? They look really similar. They get confusing. But yeah, the ones that were like really dark were the attack. Little attack things. Alrighty, so we're going to Flexile, not Rotten. I am one segment ahead almost all the time on this run. I'm gonna not split next time. The absorb souls look like an attack. Yeah, they do. Yeah, the character was supposed to be blue. I forgot about that. I'm sorry. Rip the dream. You're not really excited for the horror. Resident Evil's never been scary to you, but you love the puzzle adventure mechanics. I definitely wasn't playing, or sorry, I wasn't planning on playing it because I thought it would be really scary. I just like the gameplay of survival horror. I'm a horror fan, so I mean, like, I think most horror fans don't get terrified by spooky things. They probably get excited from it, right? It takes quite a lot. The only game that's ever actually scared me to the point of no return was the PT demo, because I didn't understand the way it worked, and I threw the controller at the ceiling when I was at my friend's house. The one jump scare on it got me really good, because I was like, there's no way that you know, anything's gonna happen, because I already had done the part and it was fine. And then I think that my friend screwed up, like we were passing the controller back and forth, and then he handed it back to me, and I did the same thing I did before where there was no jump scare, and then it was like dynamic. It literally just like changed or something. So the same thing that had no jump scare apparently had a crazy jump scare the next time, and I was like, whoa, that's really unexpected. So it got me good. You're glad RE2 didn't have obnoxious ones? Yeah, it's an easy way to get carried away with those, and then they get overused, right? Finchy, I've been playing a little bit of Mario Maker here and there on the odd day. That's pretty much it. Like on my last day off, I played it for about half an hour. Turbo, it's going pretty good. How are you doing? Okay, we're gonna have to switch this up. Have I played RE7? Yes, I have. Yeah, I think we streamed RE7 last Halloween or the one before that. I'm in the wrong split, Odyssey. I know, I knew someone would say that. I don't know if you're joking or not at this point, though. But yeah, we'll catch up. You think we're in the wrong segment, but in a moment we won't be. If I don't goof up hardcore. You still get scared by games like Subnautica. The ocean is terrifying, dude. It's such a scary place. I don't blame you for being thrown off by Subnautica. Although, obviously, it's not supposed to be scary, right? So many crazy things in there. Okay, we need to be over 30 equip load right now. Muted? No, I was just kind of focusing on that part. I didn't want to screw anything up. Pin, I've been doing pretty good. How are you? MLG sniping, yeah, that's pretty good. I rarely get the headshot on the last guy, so that was actually kind of nice. He was doing some weird stuff earlier. He was shooting arrows, like, way far away from me, so I'd, like, walk into them like the other guy was, so... I don't even trust him anymore. I don't trust him enough to actually shoot at me, which is actually better. You'd think it wouldn't be, but I'd rather actually being targeted than them randomly shooting stuff everywhere. This is the one with King Lothric Nightstud? I don't think so. Do you mean King Vendrick? The guy with the 5 billion HP? You got scared from the Knights in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets PS1 when you were 9. I remember I played Castlevania with my uncle on N64, and I was like hiding in a closet when I was I was probably 5 or 6 or something like that. I was pretty young, so he was laughing. He thought it was pretty funny. But there's like this, I don't know if it was a dragon or some sort of like crazy, like weird Castlevania creature, but it's freaking me out though. Lothric Prince is from DS3. Yeah, that's DS3 with Lothric. Where you need the, oh, okay, so you are talking about Vendrick, yeah, where you need the giant soul. That is in this, but we don't have to actually kill him though. He's optional. Why'd the one hit do so little damage? So in this game, there's certain parts in enemies' animations with particular attacks where the damage is reduced a lot if you don't time it well. So you'll notice on Rotten there's the same case. If I'm not, like if he goes for a grab, his hand is protected from taking a lot of damage for most of the animation, I would say, until like the last bit of it. So I have to wait to attack at a certain time so I get more of a effect out of it. It's not for everything, but there's certain enemies that have that. It's kind of like reverse counter damage. It's like a protective counter thing. That was bad. He didn't even see me. What? How is that even possible? I must, oh, you know what? I bet landing in the spot that I normally land in is what aggroes them in the first place. That's actually really good to know. That guy literally didn't even see me. That's insane. I'm gonna start doing that on purpose then. If I can figure out how to do that again safely, I'm gonna definitely try to implement that. That's so much better because that guy can shoot through the hallway into here. On this next part, that's really safe. That was a complete accident too. I didn't mean to do that. Weird. He's paying attention to his cell phone, looking through some memes. You think so? Wow. I will totally take that. That's something you would never understand. Like, I would never have guessed that because it doesn't make a huge amount of sense until you think of maybe landing near the what's it called, the wood. Like the sound of it apparently carries to him, whereas like landing on that other spot doesn't cue him from sound. What happened? I landed in a spot like that was really unfortunate where I couldn't reach the wall I had to break, and apparently it was so perfect that the sound and where I landed didn't alert the enemy beside me, even though normally I land farther away. So it was really unusual, but apparently a much safer way to do that, even though it didn't really seem safer. So it allowed me to still break the wall, but he didn't hear it though. Sorcery is sorcery fun to play? On this game, not as much as melee in my opinion, but that's just my personal preference. Some people like it a lot. It's very viable. Like you can kill things with it a bit easier, and fairly easier in the first game. If I complete this, am I doing DS3 tonight? Yeah, I think so. BB didn't want to go to the gym, so I will try to squeeze it in after this weekend. But we'll have to get through it though. We're not there yet, so we'll have to see. Too, but yeah, I thought it might have been a big mistake. I think that even in the time frame I did that, I don't know if there'd be a big risk of getting hit. Still, it was close. It was very close. Close enough where I wouldn't want to risk it. But if I can practice that, I'm willing to do that again. Just to get the benefits of not having the guy shoot through the doorway.
I'll be around.
Glowy, no, we didn't. I almost did earlier, I think. Pretty sure I almost did earlier in the stream. I had this little bit of a confusion where I did the inputs for the ladder scaling or ladder sliding from DS1 rather than 3, so it made me fall off instead. But if I didn't do that, we probably could have gotten DS3. So really good practice on it. What's next? Challenge Master? There's a lot of stuff that I have planned. I guess you're just gonna have to see, because I was saying before, I don't want to like get into it every time. There's some surprises too, but there's plenty of stuff. I think between this trilogy, the last one, with the love with character, and then maybe during the time I was doing speedrunning, I thought of so many ideas that I couldn't do yet. I had to hold off, and then other things came up that took priority over that, so there's just been a lot of stuff in a backlog. Like, things that were from, like, 2017 still. And stuff I've thought of even to just, like, last week. Yeah, but addiction to cheese, but it's only mild. That's funny. About modded no-hit runs like DS3 Cinder's hitless. I'm not really a fan of that kind of stuff personally, but I think it's because those kinds of mods are really good to just play casually. I think that's the whole point of it. But yeah, I haven't actually even played Cinder's mod yet. That's one thing that's a possibility. It's not near the top of the list, but it's definitely something that I could try at some point. I'm not sure I would ever do a run on it though. All right, we're out of the slightly worse part of the bad stuff. You're not really addicted to cheese till you start skimping on food to pay for it. Oh man, that's, yeah, cheese is pretty pricey. That's true. Salty waffles, I appreciate it. Thanks, man. It's a really good name, by the way. It's funny. Which is the hardest in all three to not get hit on? It's a tie between Cinder and Throne Watcher Defender. They're just different types of difficulty. One's super annoying. One is a very good challenge that is pretty well made. Just, you know, it's just very complex. And then Throne Watcher Defender aren't really like super complex individually. They're just very annoying, and it's really hard to actually play this game as it is and kind of maneuver them at SL1. So, and they don't have. I guess Democracy made a video on it that put it really well. There's no environmental advantage you have in that double boss fight, whereas in almost every other double boss fight, there's some sort of catch to it where you have some slight advantage. There's some others like that in this, but like it's one of the only that are pretty ridiculous. And you can die to gravity if you back up too far as well. So you have to like be aware of how far you are in a radius around them, and just there's nothing you can do to break them up. They just can do whatever. So you have to use like baiting and like positioning, timing, movement, angles, all that stuff to your advantage, which is not straightforward for someone that's new to this. So they probably get beaten down a little bit, unless you could just out heal them or I don't know, whatever. And then they also can heal each other, so that's, and it's infinite, it doesn't stop unless you have the right amount of damage done to both. And their heals aren't even like, you know, half a bar of regen. It's like they just go back to full health. It's like the fight resets essentially. You watch DMod? Yeah, I like some of his YouTube videos for sure. I haven't really caught much of his stream though, but he seems pretty cool. Oh yeah, we got invaded, didn't we? Let me not make a mistake here then. That's actually good. That means we don't have to rush on this part. Stubbs, what's up, man? Oh, is that a demod mode? The boss so good that I do it 4 times. Like, this is the weirdest I've seen Gully acting with his movement. It's really strange that he's doing this. I know I've seen him walk in the corner before, but after getting hit, he should have ran over here, so it's being kind of silly. Oh, it's Victor, my bad. Okay, so Victor is being silly. I guess, no, I guess Gully is the one that comes second then, after you already make it to the final stretch, right? I was calling this guy Gully the entire time. Wow. Mainly, I guess, because we don't really like look at him. We're mostly running away from him. We're not really killing him that often. How's he not poisoned yet? I don't think he can get poisoned. He's a big cheater. Immortal Harambe, what's up? Alright, this should be good. Potato, I'm doing pretty good. How are you? You want to be a woodland child? Yeah. Hanging out in the gulch. Oh, that would be kind of sad, to be honest. This place looks terrible. Just getting pelted by statues, even though you can't get poisoned. It's like, no mercy. Oh yeah, I guess they don't invade now. That's so weird. I should have just put on the gear then to make myself a little bit heavier so I can not roll off to the moon. Okay, rip RTSR on the first one. Which Rotten Rars? This is the first one, number 1. Also, Ben, what's up? Wow, streamer's first Rotten. Am I a Virgo, Jamie? I am not going to answer any birth sign questions at all. I answered the one. I said I wasn't. I think it was like a. Was it Libra or something? I don't know. Someone said one. I said I will never answer anything regarding birthdays or months or anything ever again. That was the last time. Until we hit 10k concurrent subs, playing Fortnite like a true boss. Which will probably not be the case, so I think I'll be fine. Does the mace have the same moveset as the Falchion? No. No, it's a completely different type of weapon.
Let strength be granted so the
same
world
mace as I
might
think,
be
or same
mended.
moveset as the club, I think. Any of the clubs.
The world might be mended. Dark Souls God, what's up?
Mr. Doctor, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Didn't know the door opened up at 1 million. It does, yeah. should just send him birthday cards till we get it right. Yeah, but would you know if you got it right ever? That's the real question. Blouse, yeah, it would be pretty bad, man. Although Majula seems like a pretty chill hub to be in. It's a lot of space. Decent music until it's not decent anymore, and then I guess there's a lot of NPCs and some real estate over there. That was the third. Yeah, this is the fourth coming up. You want to be in the gutter. Oh boy. Could be one of these annoying skeletons with spinning wheels. Oh no, the bone wheels. Are you talking about Halloween costumes or something? You play the game with in-game music only? Yes. Own music? No. Especially because this run is official, so the copyrights on the video will be a problem. And I don't want to have the whole thing silent, so... when I practice, I listen to my own music. So when we were learning the DS2 hitless run SL1, yeah, I was listening to some music. I feel like we have... Wait. I feel like I have one less bright bug this time. Oh, maybe I think I skipped on one before. Oh no, okay, so we don't actually have one less. We have what we would normally have. We had one extra than the recommended amount. The new amount that I was trying to have. That's what it was. New stuff. Puddle, what's up? Rip RTSR. Wish the fire bombs did more damage. That'd be better.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. Good luck on the run, Squill.
Jay Burns, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back, man. And for the good luck as well. Demand a name for the sub-child. What about JB Jr.? Alright, it's over. Worst segment done. Fifth Rotten just to flex. I can't even do a fifth Rotten. Because you only have so many bonfire aesthetics, right? Alrighty, we're gonna try to see if we can get through the rest of this pretty smooth. Which means paying attention. Ugh, not wasting time in between things. You should really sleep right now, but you don't want to miss the run. Honestly, dude, if you really got to go to bed or you're super tired, I would go to sleep. If I were you, I wouldn't want to keep you from being well rested. If you have nothing, if tomorrow's not a big day for you or anything, that's fine. But I'd recommend, if there's anything semi-important, get some sleep. You paying attention? Why 4 times? Exclamation point Rod. Oh yeah, I should say right there. There we go. People are already ahead of it with the commands.
Farewell.
The run will be there in the morning. Yeah, like if it is the run, like there'll be a VOD for it for sure. I understand that people wanting to be a part of it is a thing, but it's mainly just in the case that you have something important to do, right? If tomorrow's not a day for you, that's like, okay, I gotta get a lot of sleep then. Understood, but if it is, then that's my opinion, personally. You have the day off tomorrow? Oh yeah, it's the national... We got our national day tomorrow. Okay, I see. Well then, I guess you're fine. Does that count as something important? No skill. I mean, if it's part of your day, yeah, sure, I guess so. But that would be a bad excuse for this situation, in my opinion. I would say definitely sleep instead. That was the reason. Still can't get over the running animations. Everybody mentions that every time. You can sleep when you're dead. Sleep is one of the most important things, in my opinion. Actually, no, it's not even my opinion. It's just a fact. I can't even be subjective on that. It's literally just, it's like, if you want to deny that, then I can't help you. But that actually is the truth. It is one of the most important things. He runs like he has a stick up his butt. Moonwalk like Michael Jackson. They definitely are doing some sort of weird ice skating thing. Maybe they're professional ice skaters. Who knows? Addicted to sleep. You sleep every night. Wow. I can't believe you. Sleeping every night. Wow. The audacity. Oh, the prediction. Now I'm the one that's throwing him off now. I'm the guy that's predicting stuff now, not this dude. Oh, that's funny. That's actually some revenge. I don't even care if I can kill him or not. That was actually worth it. We just got a revenge right there. Doesn't even matter at this point. He just got instant karma from that one time. What a nice little engagement there. Sniper Ghost Warrior V2 Elite. It's actually kind of funny. I was going to do a Sniper Elite giveaway on the Switch. It's funny. If I can get a thing for it. COD professional player there. Yeah, the lead on that. Oh. I wish I actually had gotten him though. He was only alive by a little bit. But it doesn't matter if we did that kind of shot. That's fancy enough for me. Juan, I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Join in phase, yeah. Oh boy. Love when the air stops the arrow. It's just thick air. You know how there's like hard water? There's hard air as well. They just have to treat the hard air in this area. Just got home, kind of tired, but very well. How's the run today? We've actually done really good overall in terms of like getting late game on stuff, but there was still a lot of runs we got really far on that we couldn't get anywhere. This is the best one. Definitely better than yesterday. Best run this week so far. I'm not gonna complain. But I think I could have done better earlier. You have a Sniper Elite V2 key that you wouldn't mind giving away, Sin. Hey, if you want to throw that into the next giveaway, you could if you wanted to, but I'll let you know ahead of time. Like, as much as that is appreciated, I think I have a thing for the new one that's not out yet, so I guess I could throw them together, but yeah, I'm trying to figure out right now if I want to do two giveaways that are like medium sized before the end of the year, or just a gigantic one for Christmas. So bless up for no forlorn. Bless up. Okay. The lingo, man. Okay, we're not even dealing with this dude. In the case of the stairs, we're just gonna get away from, or get him before he allows himself to reach the staircase. Hard water, harder. Get it? What else is next? Oh man, come on. Do you think the "You Died" scream was inspired by Grand Theft Auto Wasted? Probably to a degree. I mean, maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of influences for this, so it's hard to say that they were inspired by anything from that game in terms of the content, but maybe that design choice for the overlay for it. Because like I think that's a pretty funny one. I love memes that have that on it. They're pretty good. Pointeth down. If you could change one thing in your life right now, what would it be? Me? Probably playing more music, to be honest. And I mean, I could, but it's one of those things where I like music to be approached where I'm in a good mindset for it. I don't like having a bad mindset and forcing it, or it doesn't really feel like it's a thing that's fun to me, right? It feels like I just have to do it to upkeep, you know, technical skill rather than actually like be creative. So a lot of my creative energy, or if anything, most of it is drained doing this. So I can't say it's as easy to fit in that after. I could practice for the sake of just not getting rusty, but it's not going to be anything crazy unless I do it on a day where it's like fresh, right?
Oh shit.
So yeah, I guess my one goal would be putting more time into music for sure. Reg, thank you for the 24 months. Welcome back, dude. What do I play? Mainly guitar. I can play some other stuff too, but most time putting guitar. So I guess we're gonna go to McDuff, right? That's a pretty crazy resub, by the way, Reg. Thank you for the 2 years. Ali, thanks for the good luck as well. Also, Fortunes, what's up? Zach, what's going on? If I did not say hi to you guys. Imagine being made of stone, then a naked dude kills you. Yeah, that would be pretty demoralizing. What other instruments? I played drums for a handful of years throughout high school, and then a little bit afterwards. But I never owned a kit, so a lot of my time was on the school kit and friends' kits and stuff like that. So yeah, it's definitely something I'm gonna have to get a kit at some point for sure. Bass obviously is transferable. I played bass alongside guitar, but I'm not amazing at it. I had to play baritone for orchestra in school, which is a bass clef brass instrument. I dabbled in piano a little bit as well. So I could play stuff on piano, but I can't compose on piano or use it as a tool effectively the way that a pianist would. So if you told me how to play something on piano, I could perform it. I just am not able to read the sheet music well and just sight read stuff. So that's one skill I'd have to work on a little bit. But I have the actual like finger position playing stuff down. That's not too bad. Drumming on a rubber pad? No, drumming on acoustic kits. I've played most of my time on acoustic kits, and then a little bit on electric kits. My one friend that lived literally like right behind where I used to live, just like a 5-second walk. He actually had a really nice Roland kit that was an electric one. The thing is, they're too easy to play, so I can't say that it was much practice. It's a little bit different than actual skins, right? But I have at least I'd say a few years on the drums. But I think ultimately, even if I never played them again, there was some benefit that transferred into just general sense of rhythm for string instruments and other stuff. Daniel, what's up, man? You pretty much play every kind of instrument except for bowed instruments. I do want to play violin in the future. That is something I will pick up one day. 100%. They're just pretty expensive, and like I want more of a foundational discipline in theory that encompasses a wider range of things that I already play, where it can kind of be transcribed easily from violin. I'm not sure exactly how that would be done right now, since the sight reading sheet music thing is a little bit difficult. So I think once that's accomplished for other stuff like piano, I think I could start getting into violin a little bit, but I do want to actually pick it up. I've tried playing it before. I can do the fingering. It's mainly just the bow hand was a little weak when I first tried it, but that was when I was like 15 or something. It was a long time ago. I probably could learn it slowly now. Kind of music do I like to play? Nothing in particular more than anything else really, just anything that I'm enjoying listening to. And in terms of writing, I wouldn't really put a genre on it. It's mainly just whatever. Have you ever tried the triangle? Oh, the triangle's pretty hard, dude. I can't really get that down. I think I have a lot of influence from classical music, but you know, a little bit from some blues as well. And maybe like a tad bit of jazz, but nothing. I'm not like traditionally trained by like a solid teacher or anything. I kind of just taught myself. Is there Canadian country? I'm sure there's country artists that are that consider themselves Canadian country. I think it would just be country though, if anything. I don't think there's like a brand or official subgenre of Canadian country. Cowbell. Do I go to concerts ever? Once in a while. There was actually a free music festival that was huge. That had a lot of really popular artists over by where I used to live. So I went there every year until I got too old to really care about it. And then I've gone to some shows other than that. But I'm not like a concert junkie. I don't like spending a lot of money on that kind of stuff. So it's kind of just like once in a while. The last one I planned to go to, I actually ditched for streaming because I was on main page, and it was an opportunity that I wouldn't be able to get again for a whole, you know, how many ever seasons. So it was one of those things where it was more important to do that instead. But I passed up seeing Leprous, which I was really excited to go and see. But I'll catch them again. They'll still be around by the time I can see them again. I don't think they're going to be here for this year though. Maybe next year, or I'll have to go to the States, or maybe Europe or something like that. If it so happens to line up with other stuff. Leprous is sick. Leprous is extremely talented. Their vocalist is probably one of the best singers of all time, in my opinion. So, yeah, I'm super, super grateful for, I think it was Viking Baruda that showed me Leprous. He had went to see them. I think he saw them in Devin Townsend live before. And we were talking about Devin Townsend because I'm a fan of him too. And then, he's like, yo, check out Leprous. And like since then, just, oh, one of the best vocalists of all time. Oh yeah, their drummer is apparently one of the best drummers in that region as well. The whole band is great, but like the one thing that's undeniable is the dude's voice is just like it's like a different kind of force of nature. It's just something else, man. I can make comparisons, but there's just nothing quite like his singing, even in like the theatrical side of things or the operatic range of singing. It's so impressive. So much flexibility, so much talent. Where should you start if you're going to start listening to them? Honestly, you could listen to their entire discography. It doesn't matter. I think that I like mostly all their albums. There might be something here and there that I don't prefer to listen to over another track, but I think there's most of the stuff from every album I like, for sure. The vocals on Mirage, yeah. Yeah, man. From the Flames, the first song I heard by them, and it's very different than some of the older stuff before that, and even some of the latest stuff. But that was my introduction to it, and I was like, okay, it kind of sounds, you know, a little bit more possibly radio suitable. I don't know, but yeah, it seemed pretty cool, and I was like, they just sound like really good. And then I heard a lot of their other stuff that was a bit different. I'm like, okay, they have some instrumental skill there too. Why do you have the ladle equipped? The ladle increases my iframes by 1 along with these gloves that I got on. They both boost ADP. Foe is your jam? Okay. That's cool. You tend to lean towards their heavier stuff, so you like Cole. Yeah, they have some diversity between their discography. They've definitely changed their sound up a little bit over time. Baroness, I don't think I've ever heard them. Sounds really familiar though. The drummer goes hard on every song they've ever made. That guy doesn't rest ever. Well, there's some stuff that's a little bit more tame overall, where if you were gonna if I was gonna compare my favorite drummers to their drummer, I don't think there's a demand to fill up as much space in the music for him a lot of the time, but that's because the direction is led like in a lot of the tracks by the vocals. It doesn't ever get drowned out. It's mainly just like the direction. It's kind of like the compass. But then there's the tracks where, again, like the instrumental side of things are a little bit more technical, and it goes super well with the vocals too. But yeah, like compared to like Matt Gartzka or Mangini or, you know, Portnoy or, you know, people like that, it's you know, even Matt Halpern, you know, like he's got some competition, but like he's good though. He's very good. Even like Thomas Hackey or whatever, he's amazing too. Ever heard of Opeth? I have heard of Opeth. I've listened to some of their stuff in the past, but I haven't heard their new music. I still got to do that. Nilpert's like a no-brainer there. I feel like that doesn't even need to be mentioned. That just goes without being mentioned. He's just a classic. I mean, if you've done it for that long and you're in your older age at that point, you've already done it. He's got nothing to prove. You listen to Meshuggah as well? Oh yeah, definitely. I'd like to do some of their music, like cover some of their music out at one point. I need to get an 8-string though. Boxes are so sketch, they are pretty bad on that. You'd like to see a Meshuggah song that isn't dropped to an 8-string? Oh, they probably could do it, but that's their signature way of creating their sound, right? So, and they've been around for a long time too, so I think that a lot of the people that did that afterwards, maybe not necessarily followed suit, but they were one of the earlier originators of the 8-string for sure. And they have been doing something that's very individualized, so. The curse is broken. I beat Looking Glass Knight earlier today. The first run of the day was DS2 up to... Or no, wait, did we beat him? Maybe we didn't. What was the mistake earlier? It was... Oh, no, it was getting into the... Sorry, it was right before him. Yeah, never mind. It was yesterday that we beat him. That's what it was. You know how Cinder throws lightning in the air? Have you ever had the last bolt delay so it hit you when you come off the roll? So when he throws the lightning in the air, the way it works is it tracks you based on your relation to how close you are to him. The farther you are from him, the more it spans across the landscape. So you try to be around 5 feet away, and the later you react, the more downwards it is. And the less likely you are to get one of the delayed ones. And you have to also factor in the curve of the hill. So if the hill allows for a slope going up, it will actually have more of a chance of not straight hitting the ground, but sweeping across. And that's when it will get you more often than not. So you have to account for those 3 things if you don't want that to happen. Otherwise, it's pretty easy to get hit by stray bolts on that, yeah. The Shrine of Amon is nothing compared to the vanilla one. I think they actually did a patch where they fixed it on the original, and then it was still bad, it was still terrible, but like the very initial release of it was the worst. Yeah, there's a weird thing with like when you're outside of a certain range, it goes like 30 FPS for the enemies. How bad was the first iteration of this? I mean, I personally can't. Oh no. Skill, thank you for the tip, man. I appreciate that. I can't really like talk about it in context of like doing a challenge run or the way I would analyze things now, because I wasn't really great at PvE then, but it was definitely harder though. It was more frustrating to get through. Without a doubt. Well, I wasn't doing runs, so I can't particularly give you any differences that would relate to stuff that we're doing. Just imagine worse enemy placement and less of a chance of casually getting through, I guess. Is Rapier one of the best weapons in the game? It's one of the most well-rounded weapons for the... If we're talking about like a weight ratio to damage per second, then it's pretty damn good. It's not the best weapon in the game though. There's weapons that are better that take more time to acquire and set up and all that, but it's really easy to get, so for runs it's really popular, right? You can get it immediately. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, he's giving me time at least. That was weird. I thought that my first shot missed because it didn't look like it hit right away, and then I did this weird one-handed shot. But yeah, they usually give you time though. He's coming in hot. Yeah, the backup plan is whenever you miss them, you just gotta have a shot already charged. So it's not a big deal. It's just like I thought that he might have started moving sooner though. Wasn't sure. Super hyped for Joker. I'm actually kind of excited for it too. Yeah, it seems like it's gonna be pretty cool. All right, he's out of the way. Already got that guy over there. We just need to get this one. Joker and El Camino in the same month. They've been doing some pretty decent movies lately, I must say. Joker movie isn't canon. Yeah, that's why I'm looking forward to it. Because I don't read comics, so and I never really did. I only really base obviously the backstory that I know off of like maybe the original cartoons that I grew up with, which weren't even the first ones anyways. They were still just re-releases of like the older ones. So my knowledge on the lore is not really as heavy as some of the people that are super fanboys of Batman and comics, DC comics. Therefore, I could probably enjoy them not making it relative to that much more than someone that depends on it being like that. So I don't have a bias, really. And that's why I said if they can pull off making it different than the canon stuff, but allow it to still be good, then I'll appreciate it more than someone that's like, oh, no, it can't be that way because the original one was this way or whatever. The comic origin of the story Joker was lame anyways. Yeah, I think this one's more relatable in terms of guess just like regular people maybe, or it not being like over the top. Although of course it'll be really hard to ever even match the Heath Ledger Joker, of course, but he was just a great actor regardless. So this part's gonna be weird. I gotta go around this. I don't know if this guy's gonna see me first or not. I don't think he will. We'll have to give it a shot anyways. Okay, we're good. Never mind. I was debating shooting him when I was over there, assuming he might see me, but I'm like, you know what? If you can go to the edge of this, there's no way they'd be close enough. I was being spooky, man. It's not even Halloween yet. Calm down. Easy there. Jeez. Scaring me half to death, stupid frickin' cape-wearing guy, thinking he's fancy. Jeez. Josh, it's going pretty good. How are you? Like, I expect him to actually do that once in a while, but he hesitated a little bit before he would normally lunge across the thing, so it's definitely not a surprise that he does that. Just the way he did it was kind of weird. He did it twice, too. That's actually the attack where if you're running at them head on, they juke out whatever you're going to throw at them and then dodge an attack almost within, like, one motion. It's pretty shifty. And if they're in a running animation already, it does not look normal. It's very, very weird. You're 36. You saw Batman in theaters in '89. You like Heath Ledger better. There you go. That's a pretty good testament to it. Nicholson's Joker is classic. That's not too bad at all. The older Batmans are pretty good. The only one that I really didn't think was interesting, because it was more like building up to like the next part of the story, was the first Christian Bale movie, the Begins one. Like that wasn't as interesting. But it was probably important though. Alright, we're gonna have to get rid of this. Alright, we should be fine. We have a Bright Bug for Demon of Song as well, which is really good. That wasn't frightening at all, Demon of Song. Jesus. Come on now. Come on now. I like how it's nice now, though. It was nice after. It was kind of rude. Opening with the spit, yeah. It's like, it's so hard to practice that stuff, too, because it really doesn't even do that. That variation of the projectile's not even seen that often, either. I've done it enough to actually have seen it a decent amount of times, but it's still pretty scary. Also has a really bad animation. It's very misleading, too. So this guy we're gonna make turn, right? Oh, come on. That's no fun. How do you roll in the water there and then it does like a weird... It's like you're landing on regular ground. Why is that? Regular arrows? I can use the lightning ones. They're fine. Or do you mean for the wall? I think I've used the lightning ones for doing that part. I don't know if I was close enough for hitting the right spot of the wall. I'm pretty sure any arrow is fine though, as long as it hits properly, right? Because they all make sound. Yeah, like that one spot. That must be a glitch or something. That's really weird. They really put an enemy there in Scholar. They did. They did indeed. Just trying to make them turn so we get a backstab. We'll see if we can do it on the next part. I'll put on the regular arrows and we'll test it and see. We'll test the difference. This really be a bruh. Nike swoosh, what's up? Doesn't have big arena range, does he? The knight there? Not quite. They're not really that fast. That's the one upside, but they can block an attack many times. Finally was able to catch a stream. This is very epic. Thanks, man. You made it at a pretty good time. I will say that. All right, here's the moment of truth. Will it work? Ooh. Results. So yeah, that's actually okay. Apparently the regular arrow works. The other one doesn't. That's so weird, because I swear I've gotten it with the lightning one too. Maybe you have to hit a different kind of part or whatever. Either way, I'm just going to switch to doing it the other way now. Thank you for suggesting that. 3 neck thickness, if we can make it. Mentioned you like memes earlier. What's your favorite meme format? I don't really keep up with memes, so I don't know. I don't even know what a meme format is. Just know that people make them and some of them are funny. They don't have an arc, they fly straight. They do actually arc. And they have a physical component to it. It's just like Obviously, they do lightning damage. But yeah, they arc like the normal ones. I think it's just mainly the sound it makes. They all make sound when they hit the wall, though, so I'm wondering if just that particular strat is harder, or it's actually impossible. Maybe I was confused, because I could have sworn that I've used the lightning arrows. Maybe I thought I had them equipped and I didn't one time. That would make more sense. I'm gonna use the repair powder now because we're getting pretty iffy with the equipment, I think. Just get ready if Forlorn comes up. If you finish this game, are you gonna attempt DS3? I know you've been streaming for a while. Yeah, I was gonna get some exercise, but been pretty consistent lately, so BB didn't really feel like going either, so we'll go tomorrow instead. Therefore, I will try to finish this weekend, but we'll see what happens. We have been going for a really long time, so it'll be quite the valiant effort. All right. Thick-stential crisis. That's like a smoke crisis, or a Dragon Rider crisis. Oh, I shouldn't have broken that. That was not really necessary. Oh, that's scary. Let's get the hell out of there and never go back. Please and thank you. I don't like the looks of that one. Okay, not enough damage there. Duly noted. Wasn't a counter hit. Waited too long. Whew. Jesus, man. Don't be scared. That was scaring me a little bit, because I thought they would die no matter what from the R2. I didn't think it had to be a counter hit. So that was something to learn, but I know their attacks. It's just a little bit scary still. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that gives me heart attacks, when I just don't think it's going to go that way. It's like slightly unplanned. We need the ladle for to drop into the Majula well and to boost my iframes by 1. Lucar, what's up? How's it going, man? Why is the big boy ringing the church bell in the middle of the fight? I think that's how he gets a lot of his inspiration. He's a bard. Just plays himself some music. Alrighty. On to big bully number 5,062,000. Just got what he needed. What a noob. He was actually pleased. He was doing some sketchy stuff. You rarely ever see him follow up the two-hand slam, so that was actually a little bit frightening. Possibly one of the most frightening things in the entire round. So some pretty rare things going on.
So the world might be mended.
At least for me, I don't think that's actually like strictly rare, but I don't get it too often, so consider it a little scary. Yeah, usually have to watch for it too, and I acted before I assessed it, so I had to escape it then. Royo, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Cystic, thank you so much for the tip as well, man. I appreciate that. No message, though. Just not even abusing the TTS guy. Wow. I feel like Bellsta always has a bigger reach than he actually has. The swing is scary. He actually has fairly good hitboxes, I will say. At least the way I play the fight, it's probably the best way to avoid the weird hitboxes. If anything, there might be some that are a little bit weird around his hands, but on the tip of his weapon, it's actually very good. It's much better than Looking Glass Knight. Naughty Bear 10 years after this game was made. Tav, wait, which bear are we talking about? Looking Glass Knight is Tanamura's masterpiece. He literally has a statue of it in his room that he polishes every single night. And he sings it a lullaby before bed. And his wife hates him for that.
Here is a message, RXD.
You didn't have to do the same. Wow, okay, well, I was just saying for next time, or if anyone else does. Thank you, Cystic. Once again, that's very nice of you. He's a murderous, psychotic bear that kills other bears because they bullied him. Oh, okay. Is it like a meme of some sort? I've never heard of this bear thing. That roll was right on the edge of getting hit too. Like, it has to be, though. That's the thing. Like, when you commit to stuff like that in SL1, you don't have a lot of frames. So it literally has to be not frame perfect, but on that level where it's debatable. And the longer the attack is, it becomes more of a frame perfect thing if it lasts for a while, right? So it's at a considerable point of sketchiness. Can you not buy more frames? Oh, imagine you could. Well, you can level up the ADP, but we're not allowed to level on this at all for anything. That was a game a while back. Oh, okay. Interesting. Squeaky, what's going on? Guardian split, double clicked. What double click? You double clicked? Who's double clicking? Due to ADP, DS2 SL1 compared to normal DS2 is harder than the other games' SL1 variants compared to their normal runs. Well, it's the hardest SL1 run, and it's harder than the regular hitless run as well. The regular hitless run's the easiest of the three, whereas the soul level 1 one's the hardest of the three. So it's like a direct. That's how big the difference in difficulty is between the two. A little bit of that's personal preference. Like, I think the normal one is the easiest to learn and perform, but okay, maybe not the easiest to learn, but to perform, it's pretty comfy compared to 1 and 3. But the 2 is, the SL1 on 2 is just unbelievable sometimes. Do you claw the whole time or only during combat? Only when I need to use the camera. or if I need to use the D-pad and move at the same time, or the menu and move. So on and off for both hands. What's my take on MOBAs? They're pretty cool. I'm not a fan personally. I played League for a little bit though to understand it, and it was I could totally see why people like it. It's not my kind of preference in a game. But I at least gained some insight on it, on the genre at least, because I didn't really understand it at first. We should have bought more bright bugs before this part. The one bonus is we're gonna have more for a part that counts more than this, I think, but that's only if like we get decent RNG on this or it's not too long, right? We tried a scuff controller? No. I have one that's similar to it, but it's not really good for these kinds of games. They're good for shooters, I think. Magic the Gathering? No, I never got into that. I have some people I know that either collected or played it at one point, but never personally got into it. It's really expensive, and it's like a game as well, so I mean, I guess you could play the game version if you wanted to, but can't say I'm a fan of trading card games at this point. Maybe when I was younger, the ones that are more for kids I liked. But I know that's gonna be triggering to people that actually, I guess you can't even really say one's for kids because a lot of the people that are competing were adults too, on a higher level of it, but whatever. You know what I mean? This dude's pulling a Flappy Bird Deluxe right now. It's kind of annoying. So yeah, the bright bug would have helped on that one a little bit, but I'm glad that we have 3 for the end. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Look at this discount Charizard. Oh man.
Hey, it's Squillakilla. Just wanted to say thanks for your positive attitude about working out. You said something about a week ago, and I've been 5 out of the last 7 days.
Oh, that's amazing, dude. Congratulations. Thank you for the bits, by the way, man. That was honestly the way I looked at it. I mean, I think you asked the question about, like, what do you do to kind of make that initial step? But if it helped you, I think it only gets easier. I mean, you obviously have to keep pushing yourself, but to actually show up gets easier, right? The actual showing up part is not even, it's like an afterthought. It's just something you want to do. So I'm glad that that actually kickstarted that for you. That's amazing. And welcome back as well, man. Zero hit on Fume 2. We're not doing DLC. This is just any percent for the trilogy. Back to back. Pine Resin lasts forever. I kept rebuffing every time we got to the wall. It's the only reason it lasted that long. Alright, we're gonna go buy more bright bugs. How do you keep up with chat and play at the same time? I don't really play and keep up with chat at the same time as often as there are hard parts or anything like that. Only on the easier stuff. And I've streamed for many years, and I've also played this game for a while too. So I mean, when we play newer stuff, like when we play RE2 on Sunday, I'm gonna be a little bit slower with chat, but I think I'm decent at reading it, just from the amount of time we stream. And I've made a commitment to being decent at that as well, above average. Takes 39 days to form a habit. Is that like what's that study from? What was the reason for that? All right, we're gonna have to drop down from here. That was 4 from the top, right? Right around there. Nice. Do you have any Dead Space scheduled for the month? I've already played Dead Space Omni. I don't think I'm gonna replay the first one on stream again. It was really good. I kind of just want to leave it as the one playthrough. I might do the second game at some point this month if I can't find anything else. But there's Blair Witch Project, there's Man of Medan with Faraz, and then there's RE2. The only one I'm not sure about is Blair Witch. I haven't really looked into that too much. 30 days in the context of working out. Well, maybe if it's your first time ever. I think for this case, it's just regarding someone that was out of it for a little bit, out of a routine, right? To actually initially commit's a little bit different than getting back into something you've already done. Two is even better than 1, really? 1 scared the shit out of you. I remember the first time I saw it, I was at my friend's house in high school, and he's freaking out, man. He was like literally like grabbing stuff and like screaming because he just wasn't a fan of the horror games, right? And I was laughing so hard, man. The part where you go into the airlock, oh my god. He was losing it. That was pretty scary though. I mean, actually, that was a very atmospheric part for sure. Dead Space 1 scared you a lot. Blair Witch is trash according to pretty much everyone that's played it. Okay. Yeah, I haven't really looked into it yet. Guess that's a decent heads up, but yeah, I'm still gonna look at it in case. But thank you for the feedback. We were for a moment, Doctor, yeah. We're talking about Dead Space. This is a challenge run, so we're trying to not get hit by any enemies or player-triggered traps. The bright bugs. Time doesn't really matter. No, time is not the primary factor on this. It helps to have a decent playtime just to be able to squeeze more of the stuff in. Like, you can get more attempts, obviously, in a stream if you're a little bit more efficient, but it's not the thing that determines if we got the run or not. It's just the objective. RE7 in VR is pretty good. I saw Eris do that, avoiding the puddle, and he was freaking out. It's hilarious. Because I saw him play it normally as well after I had done it, and then he's saying VR is way worse. Like it's really a good way to do it, or a good game to use it for. I get what's going on, man. I'm gonna just call you Tsunashima from now on, or Shima, because like your name is so long, dude. You're like one of the rare cases where I pronounce the entire name as complex and long as it is. Zoe, what's going on? How are you? These guys are like, yo, nice job, props. The last two are like, no props. Gotta keep it cool. And the dragon's like, I make dubstep with my voice. Oh man. It's a pretty cool looking dragon though, I must say. Like, it's a good looking boss, just not a great fight overall. Unfortunately. Did I forget about you? I've not forgotten about you. I just mentioned that you're like one of the few people that I actually pronounce the entire name most of the time, and it's pretty... Even with how long it is, it's still pretty hard to say, so... It's very broken up. I know you gotta go to Cardinal Tower, right? Ange, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. You thought they aggro when you back away from the fight? No, it's only if you go up the stairs. You can back all the way back out of the area, of the area itself, and they won't chase you. It's only if you go up. Did I forget about you, Glungers? How could I forget about you? You haven't given me a chance, man. You're always here. Jeez. What's up with that? Do I just Or by his name? Or has like 3 letters in his name. He's a smart guy. Jabrules, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. Nice. Okay.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
How much longer on DS2? There's not too much left. We're getting there. Thundead, or sorry, did I call you Thundead? The Undead, sorry. I got you and like Thunder confused for a second. Thank you for the 2 months, man. I was reading that really fast. Correct title, 1 out of 3 done. Yep. It says on the list right there. We got one right before this. Still 2 bright bugs, so we're gonna save those for the last 2 bosses, not this one. And apparently to trigger the head breaking on this part, you do have to actually move onto the stairs, so I wasn't wrong about that originally. I second guessed myself and changed my mind thinking that it might not have an effect on anything, but you actually have to walk up the staircase. So I'm gonna get ready to warp out of here if we need to, since these guys are pretty scary. I'm gonna go right to 3 if we get it, yeah. Might as well. Does Brightbug add to RTSR and multiply? It just stacks on top of it. There we go. Wait, one of them's still alive. Oh no. How much health though? Oh, it's too much. I'm gonna have to let him wander and see if he maybe gets hit. Or we have to warp back. Yeah, we'll go back. I'm not gonna trust that. It's not worth it. I thought they both died at first. Pandemic, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. You just got done watching 3 times enemies run you did on DS3 is pure gold. So funny to watch. Thanks, man. Yeah, there's some pretty, like, the mod runs are hilarious. It's just pure comedy. That's it. I think there's going to be some more stuff like that in the future for sure. There's some surprises, definitely, that I haven't mentioned yet. I'm glad you liked it, though. Thank you for the feedback. What's the story behind the DS2 command? It's just because people always ask, are you going to do the all boss hitless run on this? And I was just saying, no, I'm not going to. There'd have to be a miracle. They'd have to shave. Someone would have to figure a way to shave, like, most of the time off of it, because it takes so long. It's just not feasible. Unless you really love this game. Alright, that was good time. That was perfect timing on that, apparently. Jeez. Again, with these stupid giants. What's the world record for it? Record for this, like, the best I've done on this run, personally. Am I going to play Code Vein? No, I'm not going to be playing Code Vein, man. I wasn't really excited for it. I did check it out a lot, like, enough to know what's going on, and there's nothing that made me want to play it. So I gave it quite a long time to make my decision. You, Lobos, and Hop should do a co-op run on DS3. You can only imagine the comedy. It would be probably pretty silly. I feel like it'd be even better to co-op a game we've never played before. That'd probably be more fun for us, too. Guy's still alive, man. Why does he not die? This guy's invincible. Oh, dude, that's terrible. We're gonna be here forever. It'll take 17 million years. The sun will devour the earth. There's no chance. Unless he stops being silly. Co-op Stardew Valley. Oh my god. That's a big change of pace from this. Wow. We're toning it down quite a few notches there. People complain about the farming. I've never actually had to go back this many times for this one dude. I might have to wait longer before I go up the stairs, though. Like, I like how they're synchronized. That's funny. It's all based on the RNG of how well the enemies do that are fighting them, too, right? Like, that guy already died, so that's just purely luck. There's nothing I can do about that. But this guy right here on the stairs is going to be a big problem in a second. So we're going to get out of there again. Like, I've never had him run over here. This is so weird. I'm glad I noticed that. That's ridiculous. I don't even know what happened there. Do you continue after DS2? I'm going to continue, yes, if we can get it. If not, then we'll be done, because we've been going for like 9.5 hours. Whole run's been so odd today. Yeah, it's been some stuff right off the bat. That clutch save in the beginning, all the way till now. And some of the weird stuff we got on Demon of Song as well. And Bellstat. Okay, now this one should die because at least I was able to get him really soon, so the other one should be fine. Giant feet, Monka TOS. That's funny. Oh man. Some ugly feet. You have a feeling that the run that I'll get will be in chronological order. That would be perfect. I would be really happy about that, but it's not necessary though. Just a nice little cherry on top.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. Is this the run?
Panda, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back, man. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you. It's a good question, too, actually. The weird events at the beginning of the run were the tell for this. You think so? Anyone who beside Hob, they got the 5 games? No, me and him were the only people who were trying it, and he was doing it for like 3 times as long as me, or like twice, like more than twice as long at least. So, I think if other people tried it, they could probably get it with a decent amount of effort. Donnie Rex, the only other dude that I know. Him and Faraz, the only other people other than Hob that got all 5 games hitless individually. So I would be the 4th if I did Demon Souls. So it's mainly, I think the familiarity for some people, like Gino could probably do it if he was familiar with Demon Souls or Bloodborne, but he doesn't like Bloodborne, and I bet he probably wouldn't like Demon Souls that much. So sometimes it's kind of like a preference thing, but there's definitely the people out there that could do it. You'll play DS3 twice? What do you mean by that? Like twice in this run, or twice today? Can you jump before falling down the ladder to get extra height? I might be able to, but the time it wastes to the amount of health it actually gives me extra might not really make it faster, because you'll get like hung up on the wall as you're following or falling down the hole, right? So it probably wouldn't amount to being quicker. Just depends on how much more damage. I've actually weighed the character down more at that point on purpose as well.
Good luck, Squilla.
Spicy. Very spicy. Hardest Nishandra ever. Hardest Nishandra 2019. Literal heart attack. Stupid hard, man. Oh god. That was harder than Throne Watcher Defender. That was such an unfortunate situation. I've never had it that bad. Oh man, my heart's thud pumping right now. Jesus, man. Oh my god. I had to take off my sweater actually.
GG Strimer.
That was ridiculous, man. That was unbelievable. So hard to make a decision on that. Like it's like literally just like a one-run move.
Last 1-3.
Done for such a bad reason too. Also, Cax, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Also, Otz, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 11 months as well. If you guys don't know Otstar, but honestly, the king of DS2, most knowledgeable DS2 player of all time. Only person to have the all content hitless run on this. Great DBD streamer as well. If you like Dead by Daylight, give him a follow. One of my favorite people. Very sad to not have been able to hang out with him that past weekend for the TwitchCon, but one day soon. Otz, you gotta come snowboarding, man. You're invited to snowboarding. Alrighty, let's end this while we can and just go right to 3. I'll take a break on the intro for 3. Probably a good idea.
Great sovereign.
But we're gonna just cut out of the credits for this. I'm not really concerned with the playtime on it. It was probably pretty slow. You got maple syrup, so you'll be in Canada in spirit. All right, that's fair. you are pretty far. You and Hob are pretty far, to be honest. Why didn't I fight Aldi at the end? Aldi is not required.
Here, get some love for your insanely nice playthroughs.
Finchy boy, thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. Okay, let me just change all the information quick. Make sure the Steam doesn't think my controller's a mouse. Doing DS3 tonight? Yeah, we're doing it right now. I'm just gonna leave the intro playing for you guys. Take a break. Big picture, yeah. What's Gino's Twitch username? Gino Machina. Also, Sabby Tooth Tiger, thank you for the gift sub to Bob Skeleton. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm like having a hard time like catching my breath after that. That last fight was so nerve-wracking, dude. That's like probably the most nervous I've been on DS2 for a good reason too. That was just trash, but I am pretty proud we pulled it off still. That was probably one of the hardest DS2 runs for the rarities. Let me change the title as well. Yeah, if it wasn't as stressful at that point, I probably wouldn't even take a break, but like I definitely need it. I gotta breathe for a bit. Oh god. Yeah, I'm doing DS3 right now. We gotta go for it. What happened? Nishandra put she spawned her orbs in the middle. I had literally just like I had such a small amount of space to actually move with before it was over, because those things like you get within like 5 feet of them and it's the run's over, right? You don't even have to touch them. So I was trying to shoot one of them in between, and then I realized that wasn't going to work, and then the gravity was right behind me, and I could have just rolled sideways and slipped off because the slant on the rocks. So there's so many things that were going wrong at the same time. There's like at least 3 major things that were a problem with that. I don't even think I would have felt bad if I failed on it, because I was thinking, I'm like, I can't really see a way out of this, like other than just being like super careful and hoping for the best, right? Which character should win it for us? Richard Hammond?
The world might be mended.
Zero Lenny?
So the world might be mended. Squill smug, squill smug, squill smug, squill smug, hobgasm, hobgasm, hobgasm.
You want Lenny? You think Lenny's a good one? Fine, I'll do Lenny. Kermit? Savannah, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it. I will be back in a moment, guys. I'm just going to leave you guys with the intro. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. I actually forgot that I have to leave the intro before making the character. So that was my bad. My headphones are actually freaking out right now. Uh-oh. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta fix my headphone. The title should say final game already. Does the directory say DS3? It should. You might have to refresh. It's not going to change automatically all the time, so. Gotta remember that too. Okay. Sorry, my headphone's being weird. It's not playing audio on the one side. It's probably a short. I'm not a big fan of that. That's not good. I'm gonna switch my headphones quick.
From its vessel.
Who you calling short? Oh boy. Go easy. Thank you for the brand new sub. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your remotes. Welcome. Okay, that should be better. Yeah, it's good. Cool. Is this all bosses? No, this is any percent.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Jeebus, thank you for the brand new sub as well. Welcome, man. Everything's so quiet in this right now. I don't know why. Just gonna turn my volume up a little bit more. It's kind of weird. I mean, I guess I don't really use these headphones too much, but it's a little weird. Have you done all bosses before? Oh yeah, it's on YouTube if you want to see it. There's all bosses for a handful of the games. Go easy. What's up, man? Has Hob gotten this far yet? I have no idea. I can't really watch his streams. We stream at the same time. I've only seen him on the beginning of the second game and on the first game. You're legit nervous for me? That's okay. I'm more concerned with the sound right now. It's a little bit quiet. And I could turn it up, but I don't want certain things to be super loud. That was already too tense. I didn't do a kill on Gundir that was that good. That was pretty subpar. I didn't buff before. I purposely actually skipped out on some hits. I think it's because we were getting a little bit greedy earlier too. Or maybe yesterday. He only beat one, he didn't get two. Hardest boss in DS3, Cinder. Transcended the mortal binds of death and became immortal. What is B2B? Back to back. Does it say B2B in the title? It should say back to back, fully spelt out. Unless somebody put that there. Thank you for the headphones, BB. I appreciate it. I'm not sure if I'm going to use those, though. These ones are pretty comfy. But thank you, though. I'll use them if these ones are weird at any point. Viltrikin, thanks for the host, man. Gale is pretty cool, yeah. I would say that he's one of my favorite. That dude's stuck down there. Okay. Nice one there. I was suspicious, so I stopped, and then he actually got stuck. Hmm. Miyazaki's in a good mood. It would mean that he's in a bad mood, I think. Him getting stuck's a bad thing, because the knight was chasing me, so I had the perfect amount of distance, and I stopped moving at the right time, or otherwise I would have been chased. So I'd be forced to have to go off that side, which is really bad, and usually never happens. Like, he rarely ever gets stuck, so it's a very bad thing. So we're starting out killing the dancer like right at the beginning. Usually it's not, but I know if you pick the I think it's the bandit. No, the thief. The thief has the dagger. So Culmer actually uses the thief and kills Dancer pretty early, because the bleed is actually like a pretty big buff. It's like the same thing as having more damage. But with the regular weapons you start with, you don't really have a lot of damage to do that. How long does this game take? About an hour and a half? Hour 45 on average. Lysandra, what's up, man? Work is busy this month. You have to work 4 days in a row. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. What would your usual schedule be? Is it like isn't it like 2 or 3 really long shifts, then a couple days off? And then back to that? Also, how long are the shifts? I saw one takes a lot longer. It actually doesn't take a lot longer. It's only like 15 minutes. Well, I guess it depends on who you're talking about, though. If it's someone that's not as experienced with it, it might take a very long time. But we can actually do it within a 10 to 15 minute difference. Gonna speedrun this. No, I'm not gonna prioritize being speedy. 13 hours a day. Do you ever listen to me, Ice? You have to think of how many people I try to remember the personal lives of. Several thousands, man. It's impossible. It's impossible for me to remember the exact amount of hours you work per shift. I knew it was more than a normal one, so I mean, I obviously remembered that. I knew it wasn't a normal schedule. You can't be mad at me for not remembering the exact amount of hours, the amount of information I have to take in and speak about in one day. I'm surprised I even can think. So, but I try to remember all I can. You're probably joking though, so I can't tell sometimes. Sometimes you're serious. Tizor, what's going on, dude? I work 12.5 hours a day. Don't forget that. I'll ask you in 3 weeks. Hey, do you remember me? It's like, when was the last time you were here? Oh, like I was here for 1 minute, like in 2015. Yeah, it's gonna be easy to remember for sure. What's my middle name? What was the day I was born? -3 divided by 7. Sorry. Just, yeah, I hope you're actually not upset about that. Like, you're kidding? You just wanted to be dramatic. Okay. Yeah, some people are serious about that stuff sometimes, and it's really frustrating. When's your birthday? Okay, this dog's falling through the map. I think we're just going to play this one safe. We'll just reset it. Do I remember your favorite meal, Necro? I honestly don't know. Your favorite color? I'm going to guess your favorite color is purple because that's your name. What's my middle name? I told you in 2011.
Soul of the lost, drawn from its vessel.
Half Monty, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your emotes, man. What's the BPM looking like right now? Like for my heart rate? Oh, it's pretty chill. It was only really, really bad when we were on DS2. That was a very hard finish. Like that was, I didn't expect myself to be able to make it out of that. I've never done something like that before on that game. And the entire run was pretty sketchy. So Definitely more than normal. I'd say I'd rather take the hardest Forlorn one time and then have like a medium difficulty on everything else in terms of RNG than have that run that we just had. If I had to pick, I'd probably still have a better chance with Forlorn. What's the dog doing? Sometimes they clip into the bridge and you can jump attack them, but I don't really trust it right now. Because we have all the time to... We don't have to really be speedy. It's the last game, so... Third game changes some of the strats a little bit. Even though I'm pretty sure I could have dunked him, it's just not... It's not worth it if somehow he clips so far on the ground that he's not even on the surface to get the hit detection, right? But yeah, it is pretty broken, though. Weirdly relaxing way to end a weirdly stressful workday. You're so stoked to tab over and see the progress. Keep it up. Sabby, thanks, man. I'm sorry the work was stressful for you. Just go safe routing for everything. Well, I mean, I have some alternative preferences to speed stuff up here and there that are pretty safe still. It's mainly just like that's also fun to do. So I mean, I just wouldn't trust doing it right now, especially because we've been going for like over 10 hours. And I already did a run on this earlier that I almost finished, so it's just like I'd rather be a little bit more careful. At least on that. I gotta channel the tournament profile in my brain. If I turn on tournament mode, I think we're good. A Patreon where you can pay for one-on-one time. Do people do that? One-on-one time for what? Any caffeine? It's probably wearing off. It's probably going to wear off in the course of this. I had it earlier in the day. I had 2 coffees. You have to give up ice cream or milkshakes. Which one goes? Well, that's a trick question because that's what a milkshake is. So if you gave up ice cream, you'd still be able to have ice cream. If you gave up milkshakes, you'd still be able to have ice cream. Honestly, I'll just pick milkshakes. I don't really have those too often, so. Be patient and expect the worst. Yeah, that's true. Ice, that's pretty scary. I don't even have a response to that, to be honest. Capitan, no, definitely not. I was actually heavily clothed. I had to take off my sweater. There's just like I was not breathing that well on that last fight for DS2. Yeah, it's kind of chilly over here. Julio, no, I don't. I think that was a genius thing, though. The amount of attention that I got for how stupid it is, like that's genius clickbait there. Do I meditate? I used to more often than I do now, but I should. That should be a goal to spend more time doing that.
The world might be mended. So the world might be mended. 10 months where I have some good memories here. Be happy, spooky season.
The Utopian, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Never meditated. How do you do that? Well, there's a lot of different things you can do, but it mainly just focuses around being conscious of your breathing and being in a state that is, you know, kind of taking yourself out of your current environment and putting yourself in a different place that you want to be. And focusing, that's really all it is. But there's different ways that people do certain things. There's different, like you could do usually like if I'm doing like stretches or something, I'll try to focus on the breathing and kind of do it like that. Sometimes I've just done it sitting and breathing. Sometimes I've done it with like weird setups before too, but I haven't really been doing this seriously for a while. Sometimes music can help too, or like ambient sound. But you're mainly trying to envision a place and put yourself in it. And you will definitely have a lot more clarity and focus for sure. If you do it properly, if you can, it's hard. It takes practice. You do. There's different levels where people can get really into a very focused state from it. But what's my happy place? I usually just imagine like a hill. That's pretty much it. Just a hill. It's grass. That's it. Just something simple, so like I can easily kind of concentrate on that. Nothing crazy. Manzig, thanks for the good luck. I appreciate it. Should do a happy birthday emote for the amount of times it gets mentioned. You're right. Happy place is depressing. A hill is depressing, really. Well, I mean like a grassy hill with like a sky that's nice. Some breeze maybe, just nothing too complicated. I don't want to like imagine a bunch of trees and like birds and like people. Like the more you put into like that vision, like it's just too it's too complicated for me to focus on. I'd rather just pick something simple. It's even better if you just pick something you've actually been in, like the hill that I would imagine I've actually been to. So it's kind of like it's easy to imagine, right? You thought it was a barren or craggy hill? No, you don't think of terrible things. You just think of places where you'd be calm or there'd be no problems, right? Are you into any form of Buddhism? No, not really. I'm not necessarily the most calm person. I don't have a choice. I can't afford to be more critical or negative on this stuff, or we're not going to get it done. If I am, I learned that lesson on the speedrunning. I got the record, but it was a huge lesson to just have a better attitude about it. And there was a lot of times I was doing pretty good and I was just overly critical and it was unnecessary and it was really self-detrimental and deprecating and all that, right? Also, we got the no fall damage there. That's nice. The hill is the mountain. You're on a snowboard. Yeah, that's pretty relaxing sometimes, depending on the run, but maybe not a scary run, but yeah. Remember that one hill, Luke? The one where the little kid that was like without the poles just flew down, and the two guys that were on skis were just like, "You go first." He's like, "No, you go first." Those frickin' black diamonds. That one was definitely close to a double. It was approaching, dude. It was much different than every other one. Oh my god. I'm gonna draw these guys out a little bit more. Happy Place is Windows XP default wallpaper. It kind of looks like that, yeah. You know, stick to blues until you're actually good. No, honestly, that actually got us a lot better. I think that we could do most of the diamonds. It's mainly just that one was like the next level, I think. I'm gonna try to just rip that one this time. But yeah, the other ones were fine though. You're gonna plan stuff soon? I've already been trying to get other people to maybe rent a second place as well, but we'll see. K Witty said he's gonna try to make it. Teasor said he's definitely gonna make it happen. V Sweat said yes. I don't know if Jerome wants to come, so if he's okay with those, can maybe get like up to 10 people. DS2 is the last game is major cursed. Honestly, dude, I will say, even though it's hard to tell, if we had the exact same scenario, but I had already done this second, as just a moment ago on DS2, I don't know if my heart could handle it. Like with that extra knowledge of knowing it would be the end. I'm not sure I'd make the same decisions. Like it's really hard to say because it only would have taken one very, very minor adjustment to anything I did that would have ended it at the very end. So, Ice, I've been talking for like 10 hours, so I'm kind of just tired, to be honest. So, yeah, that seems to actually apparently help, though. Maybe it just makes other people tired. They're just like, wow, you sound so tired. Now I'm tired. Louis, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. First ever speedrunner for Code Vein. I'm not gonna play Code Vein at all. No, I have no interest in it. Also, I don't choose to speedrun things before I play them. I usually have to like the game a lot. So that's a product that comes from actually really enjoying something more than just average, right? It's not like a template you would just apply to stuff before you've even really seen it. That's what I was saying. Like, if I really enjoy Resident Evil 2, I'll watch the record for it, and I'll also watch the no damage run, and then we'll see if maybe there's interest for that, just with the way the route is. Cinder 3 games deep. Cinder is pretty sketchy, but at the same time, this game just feels more like home overall, rather than like 2 just feels like you're in like a foreign place that hates you or something like that. It's definitely sketchy, no matter what, right? I'm just surprised that like there was one occasion that existed in all of time that I've ever heard of where Nishandra was harder than Throne Watcher Defender. Like that's an anomaly. She's not even really a hard boss, to be honest. So even considering SL1, that's pretty impressive. Which bosses end the run the most? I don't think there's any that particularly end them more than other ones at this point. It's every single mistake I make is completely different and just random, and a lot of them lately aren't even getting hit by enemies or just other things. So it's hard to say. There's a fair amount of stuff that's just all over the place that really isn't even hard bosses. A lot of the hard stuff I do really well. But it's that idea that any little thing can be a mistake. There's thousands of mistakes you can make in this. Why do you occasionally go into stance with the broadswords? That cancels the sound of the footsteps. Whenever you do the run, will you take some days off? No. I don't take days off because I gotta run. Unless we did like a stupidly long stream where it's like I need to, like my schedule will shift a little bit because of how late we went. But no, we're not gonna take tomorrow off if we get this. If anything, we gotta try to squeeze in some cooler stuff tomorrow, right? Metric, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. Back to the grind. Well, I mean, like, I enjoy streaming, though, so it's not really something that... It's not like, oh, back to the worst place of all time, but if it's not a smart idea where I need the rest, I'm going to be taking Saturday off anyways, so... that is my day off this week. Marco, I do, yeah. Say hi to my wife, Maria. Hello, Maria. RE2 playthrough will be enjoyable. Yeah, that'll be like kind of a relaxing thing too, regardless of however this turns out, right? So we get 2 days off of this, but 1 day off streaming in general. Next run you're gonna do if you get this run? I can't really say right now. There's a lot of stuff I have planned, so I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to do first. You've beat the game twice, you never saw that area, really? Have it on Sekiro, no hits yet? Yes, it's on YouTube. It was actually, it was no damage, no blocking, so basically hitless, but also with no damage from any items or environment. What's that area called? So you can Google it. Farron Tower, I think. Would I try getting this run again if I got it? No, not especially not if it. The only case I said where I'd be slightly tempted to try to do it again is if we had gotten it weeks ago and it wasn't in order and it wasn't in one stream. That's the only temptation I had, and I said I would think about it if I had done it at that time. But this far along, the fact that we've improved since then so much, I don't think it's going to be necessary to worry about that, because I've gotten quite a lot of experience out of this just for other stuff going forward. Seen some really funny things too. It's been very interesting. Is that candy that reduces HP considered damage? Yeah, so none of that. You can't use the damage buff. Just there's one that's a little bit weaker that you can use. Planning on playing Bloodborne for October? I might at some point, but I didn't actually intend on it, so we'll see. It might just come up randomly. Depends on how long it takes to do the other, like the variety games. So the one with Faraz and then RE2. And then if I want to do more of RE2 than just one playthrough, because there's a bunch of different playthroughs you can do on it. Spooky fists only. that is pretty spooky. That is pretty scary. Well, that was a pretty good fight. Phase 2 is a little bit iffy, but that was a good phase 1 though. Magic, that would basically just be Cinder, to be honest. Dragon Slayer armor is a little bit iffy too, but no, Pontiff and Dancer are fine. I mean, they're like they're fairly hard, but they're not They're not like on the level of the other ones. Odyssey, literally earlier I fell off a ladder because I did the input for ladder sliding on the other game, confusing it with the first one. So yeah, I lost a run at the beginning of the stream of this earlier just because of confusing the controls. So that was the first time I ever did that though in this entirety. I've done other little muscle memory confusion things, but that's like one of the more simple ones that I knew I would do at some point, but I thought I'd do it way earlier than this late into it. So it can sneak up on you. A ladder killed 2 games and a half of DS3. Well, it wasn't 2.5 earlier, like I was only on the first one, but are you saying like if it happened on this, that I don't think I'd do that again. Thomas, thanks, man. Snake, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. Thank you, though. Will you go emote only for bosses or just the stressful ones? I'm actually not sure. I think BB's doing that. What would you consider a new PB? It would have to be within the last 5 segments. I'd have to actually only have 4 segments left. Time-wise, I'm not sure. I have no idea. It would depend on me somehow knowing the current playtime overall, or like factoring in the average of the other 2 games, and then the expectation of this one. So I think just based on segments, it would have to be 38 out of 42. So, yeah. Way to make a fight look scarier than necessary? Wait, did I do something wrong there? Was I not Jerome approved or something? Was I not like a White Branch player right there or something? I think that the sandworm is Solaire. I don't. I do not. Pit, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Am I playing Remnant Purple? Me personally, no. I wasn't interested in Remnant. I looked into it though. I like when I decide these things, I do ask a lot of people that have similar opinions, and then you guys, and then I also watch a decent amount to know this. So it was for a good reason, but it just didn't. Like people didn't really seem as satisfied with it either that I'd gotten into it, other than with the co-op. So. Maybe if I were to do that. Oh, do you have infinite readjusting ballista here? Oh, no, never mind. Am I gonna get super hammered? No, I don't drink. Man, Bristol. My celebration is mainly just the satisfaction, or maybe nice food. I don't know. I already had really good sushi on Sunday, so I think that's enough. Some preemptive celebration. I'll probably sleep though, to be honest. Just chill for a bit and sleep. I don't trust that. I'm not going for it. You don't drink water? Yeah, I'll drink water. I mean, I've been drinking water all day though. Yeah, you guys can drink for me if you want. Go for it. Some good food, some nice satisfaction, some crystal meth, you know, casual stuff. Oh boy. Celebratory poutine. I'm not a big fan of poutine. I mean, I like the flavor of it. It's mainly just too, like, it's just, I don't know. That combination of food is just a little bit too much for me. I'd rather just have fries. Or like actual like real potatoes or normal potatoes and gravy maybe. But even then, I remember I had it the ski hill last winter, and it made me feel sick. But it does taste good though. It's not the flavor of it. It's mainly just it's really heavy. You legally have to like it. Like I said, I like the flavor. It tastes good. I just don't like the combination of stuff. I prefer it more separately or like in other things, right? What's the last time Hydration Bot has been here for me? I think I actually banned it from the stream. I'm pretty sure I got rid of it. Do you also not like good things in life? Glowy, how's it going, man? Welcome. Some sparkling water, oh boy. Getting fancy. Pinky out, right? little bit of an unlucky dancer with the placement there. I was thinking about those stairs, Jesus. The camera, yeah, oh dude, the obstruction of the camera. God damn it. Even if I cleared out the benches, there was still a moment that wasn't even related to that. That was terrible. You would have gotten greedy? It's not really my problem as much on Dancer as just the visibility and the location. It's the main thing. Why do you kill Dancer so early? We don't actually kill her that early. We already have a +7 weapon. Once you have +7, there's no way to get a higher upgrade unless you go to the DLC or farm chunks somewhere else, so. It's the perfect time to go to Dancer. But yeah, I guess like if I had a +4, it'd be bad. Like you could go earlier than that, but Smoldering Lake gets you +7. So if you fit that in somewhere, you do Dancer to get +9 after that, so you can go from 7 to 9 really quick. And then you're almost maxed out for the second half, right? Took you 18 times to beat the boss. You're mad you got it in one try without getting hit. Jacob, that's a really short amount of times. 18 times is nothing for that. That is one of the lowest amount of attempts I've heard on a first playthrough. There's people that like have actually gave up on that or like played it for a month and got stuck. That's impressive. Yeah, I've also practiced a lot, so you have to, like, it's not even the same world of comparison. This isn't the same game to me. Like, I'm not looking at it the same way you are. I'm seeing geometry and speeds and lines and shapes and weird stuff. You're seeing, like, a game. I'm seeing, like, a math equation of some sort, you know? So.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
Yeah, I'm seeing the 5 head. You're seeing the third dimension.
I'm both excited and terrified at the moment, Zero.
Jabrils, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it. I think that's a normal way to feel. Do I see spirals? I get that's just the easiest way I can put it. Like I'm seeing correlations between things and like more of like the, I guess, mechanics rather than actually just experiencing the game at this point. That's why I said it doesn't matter what it looks like as long as it operates the same way. It doesn't matter.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. Twitch baby time GL on the run.
Daring Helm, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back, dude. Juan, thanks, man. Why do you one-hand the sword? Better damage per second, so less stamina cost. Not a crazy amount of lower damage versus two-handed.
So the world might be mended.
To get more mileage out of it.
So the world might be mended.
Better animation too. Skull Monkey, thank you for the 34 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it, man. Do the thing. the thing with the stuff and the place and the guy.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. I figure I should subscribe as well.
Or thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back, man. That's also very nice of you. Is there a difference between broadsword and something like Lothric sword? I think Lothric sword has the thrust heavy, and it's just different stats, different hitbox, stuff like that. They're both the same class of weapon. They're a little bit different. So Man vs. Toilet, there is a Streamlabs link as well, but that's their way. That's Amazon's way of competing with PayPal, basically. It's not as worth it in my opinion. I probably shouldn't be saying that, but it's really. It depends on if you can justify the benefits of that, because there's stuff that you get for it, but it's, I personally prefer Streamlabs myself when it comes to other people, like as if I'm a viewer, so that's how it is. But I think we have a +9, right? Let me just double check. Logitech acquired Streamlabs. Someone was telling me about that. Yeah, I didn't know until recently. Again with the no fall damage on that part, dude. That's not, see, like that's unlucky. That's lucky if it saves you, but unlucky if you want it to actually calculate the gravity. Oh man, there we go.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Darian, thank you for gifting Mike Jones a sub. I appreciate that, man. Welcome back, Mike. The animation cancels that have come out on YouTube Razor, is there like new ones that you can do? For speedrunning or for what? Like where do you see that? You're gonna have to send me a link. I heard there's a new skip for speedrunning, or there's new strats. And I know Nems figured out something for princes as well. There is a new skip as well. That's crazy. They're just making this unplayable, man. I can't. I'm so glad I don't speedrun anymore. Oh my god, they're ruining it. Nems is a freaking tycoon now, man. He's just like an evil tyrant, tycoon, kingpin guy. Can you even be all those things? I don't know. He's all those things somehow.
Soul of the
Perfect.
lost, drawn from its vessel.
Catnips, thank you for the brand new sub. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Nems found a skip. You thought that was Dis job? It's Dis job when Nems is busy. But then when Dis retires temporarily, it's Nems job. Dis has to break every single other world record that there is on the planet. That's basically his job. So. Oh, Distant Tide found it. Okay, cool. The wheels on this guy. Only Lenny can save the day now. That's it. Bullseye, thanks, man.
Let strength be granted.
That was starting to look like a trolley kind of thing, and then you kind of saved it at the end.
Might be mended.
Halfman, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. It's a great name, by the way.
Relatively new watcher, your attitude is always great and your outlook on life is very humble. Definitely one of my favorite streamers now. Keep up the good work and good luck.
Catnips, thank you so much. I've been trying to work on that kind of stuff over time, so I appreciate it. Also, thank you for the bits, man. That is super, super kind of you. Not necessary. Why? You could have bought catnip. Unless you are catnip, then you could have bought a cat to eat you. Or whatever. I don't know. Browse, what's up? Okay. Skin Beef, how are you doing, man? You'd say good luck, but you got the skill. Luck helps a lot at this point. I'll take it. Imagine doing this run, but all bosses. Well, I mean, I've done this run all bosses before, like this, like just specifically DS3, but doing every single one in the Trilogy all bosses would be like 14 hours of perfect gameplay. That's a little bit too much. I don't think anybody's ever going to be able to do that unless they break it up a lot. Or they somehow can make some crazy adjustments, but I doubt that it would ever be much faster than maybe like 12 hours. I'd say 14 for me being fairly fast. Do you mean to equip the resin instead of the bundle? That's a good point. Yeah, I probably would have noticed that, but yeah, it's a really good point though. Appreciate it. Yeah, it would have been much better to have it changed, so I appreciate that, versus like noticing later and then having to do it. I've been doing it from the menu in the middle of phase 2, which is really freaking hilarious, but we're just at that point now. It's like, let's just like menu buff on phase 2 as the dude's literally popping up. Oh, they're so aggressive. This is spicy, man.
Here's a few bits to get you ready for the weekend, hee.
Spartan, thanks, man. I don't know what I still don't know what that means though. What are we getting ready for? Making it seem like there's a crazy event that's gonna take place. I'm wondering. Should I get like an astronaut suit? Like, what's going on, dude? Making it. We've been like preparing for this weekend for a while. Oh yeah, RE2 Sunday. True. It's gonna happen. Oh, if only we got that one, that would have been okay. It's alright, though. Probably for the best. That was definitely Deacons of the Dizzy there. Jeez. Almost not 5 million. I would like to say again, I do appreciate everybody that's individual that's seen the channel, but at the same time, the unique foot traffic metric's not super crazy. Like, it's one of the least important metrics, and it's so subjective based on the situations that influenced it as well. So as much as I do appreciate that, thank you even more so for everybody that's here. But yeah, that is pretty cool. I remember when that was at 100, or even like I remember when it was even at like 1,000 unique people. I was like, it's pretty weird. So, Spartan, thanks again, man. Yeah, it doesn't mean I don't appreciate it. Just like that's not something that we need to get too serious about. On a scale to I have the run to of course I have the run, how confident are you? Dude, I'm just taking it one step at a time. I'm just doing my best. That's all I can do. I can't do anything other than just focus. So I can't really answer that. Do I use Pontiff's Eye? Yeah, that's why we kill him. So we kill the beast. Jupiter, what's up? Good to see you, man. A lot of cool people here right now. Some that I haven't seen in a while too, so. Lamore, what's up, man? I believe. Lamore's got to play us a song. Don't get hit by Pinwheel. Oh, man. Don't get hit by Pinwheel at this point. That's the kind of thing you say at this hour and at this deep into this run where I'm going to like mentally break and just start laughing, man. That's like that's a smidge away from hysterical laughter and crying for no reason. I need to learn the SL1 strat for Pontiff. You're stuck on his phase 2. If you are actually playing out the fight for phase 2, you can parry one of his attacks that's like a running one. It's very much so the same one that he does in the opening of the fight. That's definitely good. You know how I'm not exhausted? I am pretty tired right now. I'm definitely tired. I'm not like tired as in like I'm gonna pass out, but I'm tired as in like I'm mentally drained to an extent, so I'm trying to preserve the last bit of the energy. Stuck on Gale in your second playthrough. Gale's pretty hard, to be honest. He's definitely a good point. He's a good boss to get stuck on, in my opinion. What's the max? For what? Am I locally recording this? No, I'm not right now. I can do that though. I should probably do that. I was thinking of it, but we've had a really, really good I guess consistency with the frame drops. Or without getting them, and I'm pretty sure it's because it's the next month of the billing cycle, so the bandwidth is lower. They definitely throttle you after a certain amount of gigabytes. They're pretty scummy, because it only was happening the later it got into the month. As soon as it refreshed, it's been fine the past few days. Even with downloading stuff at the same time or other things being used, it doesn't even affect it. I bet my speed test would be like twice the amount too. But what can you do? Apparently, you can sign up for a business contract and they'll treat you better than regular people, but even then they can screw you. That's what I was told. Think smooth, jazzy thoughts? Wait, what? Like how the monsters don't suspect the stone statue gliding across the floor. Hey, they're just like statues moving? That's kind of weird. The other guy's like, dude, you're literally a creature that has a cloud on its head. It's like, true, man. Deep.
Let strength be granted, so the
And then they just continue to ponder about everything being weird.
So the world might be mended.
Key Soap, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back, man. Metal Gear reference. Maybe, you never know. Maybe Miyazaki was a fan of Metal Gear. I mean, it's likely. It's a big game. I bet he knows Kojima. I bet they've hung out before. Everybody loves Kojima. If you don't like Kojima, you probably work for Konami. And you probably want to like him, but your boss is like, don't like him. And you're just like, shit, man. So you have like a poster once you go home, but you can't talk about him at work. You like Kojima's smile? He seems pretty cool.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Burton, thank you for the 6 months, man. Welcome back. Your PC's rebooting when you're playing DS3? I'm not exactly sure if that's the game. Is it only when you play that game? What Windows do you have? And when's the last time you did an update for it? Cosmonaut, what's up, man? Don't let me jinx the run. Monka gun. Monka gun. You like games, you don't care who develops it? Well, I think the thing with Miyazaki and Kojima is they both have a crazy track record with just releasing amazing stuff back to back. They have such a good streak of amazing stuff that it's really hard to say that you can't trust them, right? All right. 2 patches. Death Stranding looks bad to you, Sin? Why does it look bad to you? Doing YOLO Pontiff stairs? What is a YOLO Pontiff stairs? That does not sound regulation, man. Friend asking for boy name suggestions for a baby. You suggested gun. Oh my god. Gundam. There you go. But it's like gun and then D-U-M-B. Gundam. Do you have any plans for what you're doing after the run? I have a lot of plans, yeah. Don't know what else I would enjoy. Buggy Sharp? Oh, there's plenty of stuff. There's still some stuff on these games. There's some other games. Is this my PB? No, I don't think so. Close, but not quite. I mean, time-wise, probably, but segment-wise, no. Also, Angrish, thank you for the good luck. Gundam Chinwaggle 3. PB with this order? Yeah, with this order. Dumbest run that I've had. Run kill that I've had? The stupidest thing in DS3 is DLC not being verified, so it basically just gives you this message through Steam, but like it's like in the game, but it's like Steam queues it. It says it can't verify the DLC, and then you basically just get locked into not being able to do anything for 5 seconds, and if there's something attacking you, you're dead. So it's super unlucky. You can't do anything about it. There's no way to prevent it ahead of time. It will always happen. It'll continue for the rest of the time. It's ruined records before for speedrunners. I've seen Distortion have it on Frida before. and lose like minutes. It's a little silly. It's the worst possible thing you can have happen because it has nothing to even do with the game. It's just Steam. Yeah, you'd literally just have to not play it on PC. That's the only way. If we're really gonna think about it. Switch to focus mode towards the end of the run. I feel like I've been in pretty good focus mode. Your focus is legendary. Thanks, man. It might be able to be better. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I'm not doing a great job. Nah, we kind of we kind of did all right. We got here, so I can't really say that. That's a little silly. Got him. I had this weird moment where I hit the top of my thumb on the underside of my desk because I was too close to it. That was freaking me out a little bit. Imagine it's like I actually screw up because the desk hits my thumb. Frost, thanks for the good luck. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you're still here. Sips water like it's nothing. No, I mean, like, there is a certain level of stress. I was sipping water because I was thirsty, and I was reading someone else's message. I wasn't actually just saying that. There's a reason for it. Which boss would you not want to meet in real life at nighttime? Something that's hard to see, maybe? I don't know. Like, Walnir? Walnir's pretty big, to be honest. I think that'd be a hard thing to maneuver. Why do you throw those two skulls? So one is to get the first guy's attention, and then the other one over the shoulder of the giants to get the Jon Snow guy. And then if I throw them, what happens is they have a less of a likelihood of actually chasing me all the way up here, which they've done many times. So So at this point, I really could just do the tiptoe. I don't actually have to do the branch. I'm trying to think, is there anything in the game that we even use the branch for after this? I don't think there is.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
So I don't do the gargoyle strat with the branch either. Frost, thank you for gifting DM Coltrane a sub. I appreciate that. Wait, do you know Coltrane? Don't we need the Pink Panther theme? You can imagine it. Oh, they met at TwitchCon, I see. I see. Don't mind me, I'm just a Pope statue. That's Ice Cream Grandpa. He's hanging out and eating that vanilla cone.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
CJ loves Ice Cream Grandpa. Don't you have like artwork of him or something for your channel? Didn't Carson make something, or was it somebody else? Faraz, thank you for gifting Ali a sub as well. I appreciate that. What are you doing, man, with these gifted subs? Explain the whole betting thing, Ragged. Oh, whenever we enable bets, it's mainly like, will I get a new PB on something, or get this far, or whatever, or will like whatever event occur, and then you guys can bet the points to get more points, or lose some. I was gonna do them for this run once I got better at them. I just haven't really remembered to start them though. There also needs to be moderators to manage it too, or I'll have to keep taking myself out of the game to do all the settings. So, not sure if it matters too much for this. This gives you high anxiety, Woodspoon. I'll be honest, man. Like this run is usually like that by itself. So. On this scale, I can understand. Cam, thanks, man. Miss Honeyberry got the stress-eating white rice down. Okay. I'm so nervous right now. I'm stress-eating white rice. It's amazing. Haven't done a no roll. I did SL1 no roll all content on DS1. Apparently missed Taurus Demon though, which is funny because you don't even have to roll to kill Taurus Demon normally. And then I did it on this. Everything but Nameless and Cinder before the DLC came out. I stopped having fun on it, so I quit it. Hulk, thank you for gifting Apo a sub. I appreciate it.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
I have a lot of charcoal resins. Holy shit.
Much insight.
Didn't know I had that many. I'm not sure who just did the bits. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. Vinny Vega Jog sponsoring this segment. Oh boy, need to go to sleep. You want to see the end of this, Spartan? I don't blame you. Jumpy, yeah, good reminder on that. Good reminder. You could say we made that mistake earlier to avoid it now, if anything, right? I guess you could say that. Tav, oh man. If you fail this run, you'll change your name to Squillatron Prime, so you know no pressure. Okay, Randomos. Sounds good, dude. Oh boy. I used to go into, there's this one fast food place I remember, and they made you put your name for the order. You'd say like Megatron or Optimus Prime or something like that. In high school, it was pretty funny. And they would actually call it, they had to call it out. They had to say it. They didn't have a choice. They just yell, Optimus Prime. They probably enjoyed it, though. I'm sure there's a lot of people that gave really stupid names. That happens at almost every place you go to, John. All right, big leagues. Big leagues or go home, man. Oh boy. Alex, you might have been thinking of the fall damage that we had to take to get there. I'd be dead though if that happened. And he didn't stop, so there wasn't a stagger. There's nothing you can get staggered by other than the stop. Oh, the quick one? It's honestly, it just looks scary. It's really easy. It's actually, it's nice because he always does that. If he's in the walking stance, he only can do that quick attack. It looks really, really scary though, but it's actually probably the most predictable thing because there's nothing else he can do out of that stance. Unless you wait and you run away and then he can go back to running again and then he can do any attack, but that's actually a really good opportunity to take advantage of. Down to 7 hours of sleep, Throki? That's still quite a bit. It's not too bad. How much time left in the run? I have no idea. Depends on a couple things. We'll see. That was a malicious beyond the grave kind of moment there. Wow. I thought that if I moved to the Fox, I was on that half, it would have been like a close call. Because I've actually been hit after he's dead on this door right here. Like literally in this corner right here. So that was pretty. That was it was fast. It was good. Hi. But just oh. Did my heart rate elevate? Oh yeah, there's moments. I just try to not keep it consistently too high.
So the world might be mended.
Janoy, thank you for the 3 months.
This is the thickest run, mate. 1 trillion GG.
Thank you for the bits as well. Super monk ass. Super good save though. Save the wax. Hardcore, man. That would have. I've seen that too many times now that like I'm not falling for it, and I didn't commit to the attack. So that was a good backup plan. Only other way. Literally only other way you could do it. Quick IQ, man. This is the most scared you've ever been. Oh, that's amazing. I love that. I'm pretty scared too, to be honest. Well, I'm a little scared. And I'm trying to not be too scared. I understand though. I actually get it at this point. Big brain. It's the only way. Literally the only way. Your girlfriend's freaking out over Taylor Swift on Jimmy Fallon. You're freaking out over this run. What a good night. There you go. Don't be scared. We trust the big brain. Thanks. I had to trust myself. Dude, this entire journey has been nuts. Just like this specific run today has had so many situations where I've had to make up something on the spot that it's like you just can't get that lucky. Like I'm super happy with these kinds of last second ideas. Like it's getting to that point, right?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. Sup?
Nice stairs there. Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, Jupiter, it's the hardest one, definitely. It's the hardest area. We also had something really unfortunate happen too that I could say that I saved. It's pretty rare. Flippius, thank you for the 15, or pff, I was gonna say the 15-month resub. Thank you for the host, man. I appreciate it. Why not 3 more alluring skulls for that part? I don't typically play it like that, man. I've tried to do it with more skulls, and it's always ended badly, except for there was a strat that I think I had to use 2 skulls on for the fat roll run, or like because my movement was so slow, there was no other way to do it, and you can't roll. Some of the attacks, like your animation, lasts too long, so you get hit before you can finish it. Your heartbeat has grown watching this. How do you handle this? My heart rate has been pretty high, but it's like I tone it down when it's necessary. I try to regulate it a bit, but it creeps up on you for sure. Oh, Backflipius was raiding too. Thank you for the raid, man. Also, Kex, thanks for the good luck. I'm gonna grab bundles in case of emergency. There might be a really sneaky moment for that. Do I get nervous by watching chat spam nervous stuff? Not at this point. I'm used to that. like I said, I put a lot of work into the mental profile for this. It's a lot of gameplay related stuff, but the mental aspect is even more important at times. So, like how you look at things and how you regulate emotions and just like certain things like that. It's important. How do you decrease your heart rate at will? It's just what you focus on, man. What you're thinking of. There's a causation to raise your heart rate based on what you're thinking of, and you got to change your mind. Got to find the quickest way to focus on something else. It's the same reason that there's plenty of fights. Like I've made mental notes of like things that I'm typically prone to think of in certain situations, and tried to list them as like highlights of like, you know, to not do that as well. So I've like I said, I've like structured a mental game plan for this outside of what you're seeing. There's so much stuff going on in my head that you don't see to get it to that point, right? It's been a lot of work, but I have little cues of certain areas and reminders of like, okay, last time you did this, you thought of 3 different things that were unrelated. Don't think of those things. What are you typically going to, you know, when are you the next typically likely to get distracted? What's the most unlikely thing you can have happen here? You know, like I have to think of like the weird stuff that you're not going to see as much, or just the, I guess kind of try to predict how my brain's going to act based on the past, right? But there are patterns with that kind of stuff too. What do we do after this? College Zombie? There is some stuff planned for sure, but we'll see. I'll let you know. There are some surprises too. But yeah, it's not perfect. Like I do get nervous at times, but I can regulate that to a degree. I think you kind of have to for this. It typically doesn't happen too much though on the bulk of the run, like the majority of it. I said surprises, not prizes. Although I will be doing a bigger giveaway around Christmas, so there'll be plenty of stuff to win for sure. I already have some of it ready, so. Tricky, what's up, man? How's it going? Got all the legendary people here. What's that strat? Don't know the person that developed it. It was kind of based off the Foggate strat that I found, but kind of just went from there. You can do it in phase 1 as well. I just like the spicy phase 1. It's more fun. I dread the second part more, to be honest.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Backflippies, thank you for gifting Archbob, or Archbob's a sub. I appreciate it. Do Nameless first? Nameless. I can't get to Nameless right now. Maciek, what's up, dude? Just join. What's going on, man? Got 2 Twitch staff. I don't know if OG's still here or not. 2 staff members. If we can get 3, we can make a triangle of authority. Channel the power of the universe and the planets and beam the energy through the triangle. Calamir, what's up, man? It's okay to cheese at this point? Oh, you mean with princes? The reason I do that is because they can glitch out and appear on a chair, and then it locks you off of them, so there's no way to actually beat it with skill at that point. It's basically a guess of where they're going to be. There's no skill involved. So it's not fair, really. And they never fix that. It's the only way to avoid it. And I'm not really sure you can destroy the chairs before going in there, because it queues the fight immediately. Also, that last resub, I'm sorry I didn't see it. I'll catch up on that stuff after. Evie, what's up?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. Get it, broth. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Oh
Wait,
my
how could
god.
I miss this?
Oh my god. Oh my god, man.
You earned it, man. Thanks for the entertainment, and you definitely have one of the nicest communities on the whole web. Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Man.
Poggy woggy,
I'm gonna,
poggy,
dude, I'm gonna cry
poggy,
too.
woggy,
That's,
poggy,
oh
woggy,
man.
poggy, woggy, 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 poggy, woggy. Another world's first in the back. GG Squilla. This was long time coming.
Oh my god. I can't even speak. Like, I don't even know what to say. I'm starting to get a little bit emotional. Like, I'm like controlling it a bit. Oh man. I'm so happy. I can't even speak. Like I can't even feel my hands. Like they're just gone.
Good
They're literally just nothing.
For the real thing, Kappa GG put past
Oh my
wheels.
god. I can't actually believe it's not real yet. Like it's actually not real yet. Oh my god.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
Oh my god.
So the world might be mended.
Here, I'll do you guys a favor really quick.
Subscribing
1 second.
on YouTube is great, but have you subscribed to Squillakilla on Twitch?
Dude, are you serious, man? Let me find the chat really quick. Here we go. I don't even, like, I can't. It's like I want to laugh, I want to cry. I can't breathe. My hands don't feel like they're there. Oh my god, dude. That's insane. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Oh my god.
You butterfly, did it be RO?
I'm sorry I can't like say much right now, guys. I'm sorry. There's just so much fucking energy put into this. Oh my god. This is probably like I've done things that have obviously taken like longer, like years in life that take a lot of effort, but nothing quite as challenging in that condensed time frame.
Praise slaughtered.
Like for like, you know, like 9 to 10 hours a day sometimes. Like that's, and we did it in less than 2 months too. Like I said that I was gonna do it.
GG Squilla, you magnificent person, you earned this.
At the least.
Congrats.
Soul of the lost.
And that was such a scary run too. Like there was so many scary things that happened during that. I'm still like, I still have not even processed, like it's gonna probably take a day or two to process this. I'm gonna have to come back tomorrow and still be thinking about it. I don't even know what to say. Like I gotta say a few things, but I don't know what to say about the run, man. It's probably like the most adrenaline I've felt for a long time. Thank you so much, everybody, for just supporting this run and everything else, just getting us to this point. This is by far the most, like I said, the hardest run I've done. Biggest effort. I mean, even though the other one took a little longer, this was a bigger effort for sure. And we had to learn DS2 to be able to do this. Like we had to learn that the hardest run on this run, part of the gauntlet, to actually be able to do it too.
So the world might be mended.
Man.
So the world might be mended. GG, way to go.
And the thing is, I know that there's some people out there that don't want it to be done, that don't like people doing cool things, but there wasn't really that much negative feedback throughout the entirety of this. Like you guys have just been like 99.9% positive. Even some of the trolly people have been positive. Like I really do appreciate all the encouragement, all the kind words.
Still working. GG Squill.
All I was thinking about at the end was just all of the nice things that you guys have been saying in terms of like how much the stream has helped you in your life, or just like even just making your day at work or whatever. I was just focusing purely on the positive things you guys have said, and just trying to find a very relaxing medium somehow. But that was rough though. There was some moments there, man.
So the world might be mended. PogChamp, 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 PogChamp.
I think I have a little bit of shock. Like I still don't, because you have to like really not get too entitled, and you can't get too like, you can't expect things like that on any given day. You just have to do your best, right? So that's just like,
let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
We didn't go to the gym.
An
Yeah, I'm
amazing
really
one,
glad.
Squilla. You deserve this.
I'm really glad I didn't go to the gym. This is the happiest I've been to not be active. Oh my god.
Hype.